training or qualifications of persons engaged in vegetation management for the contractors?
Not in the baseline, no.
No. Did you play any role in your position as program compliance auditor in the auditing of vegetation management practices of the contractor?
Sorry, mate, can you just reword that?
I can.
Yep.
Were you involved in auditing the vegetation management practices, for example, the scoping and cutting of the contractor or its subcontractors?
Yeah, so I would do random or site visits on invite, pre-arranged, over quite a large area of estate.
Did any of those audits or visits relate to the Bega V1533 area?
No, don't recall ever auditing a crew in that maintenance area.
And so the audits that you conducted at the time you started doing them, so you took up the role of program compliance manager in 2015, or program compliance auditor, I should say, in 2015.
Around there, yep.
Sorry?
Around that time, yep.
Around that time. And between that time and 2018, March 2018, yep, were there any changes in the approach Essential took to the auditing of the works conducted by Asplund and its subcontractors?
In my auditing?
Yes.
Yeah, we did change the approach and settled in as the years went down the track as well, and sort of made it more of an interaction audit than a turn up on site and tick and flick WHS style audit. So we did sort of step back a bit from that space and just made it more interaction and found improvement opportunities.
When you say interaction, what do you mean?
Interaction, like being on site with them, observing how they work, maybe pulling them up every now and then, having a conversation with them about the task that they're doing.
So when you say observing how they work, are you saying that you would go to a site where a given scoping activity or cutting activity was taking place and watch what was happening?
That's correct, yeah, mainly cutting.
So mainly cutting as opposed to scoping?
Yep.
Did you ever conduct that type of auditing in relation to scoping?
Only a few, maybe two, and not in this area. Inland, when another contract kicked in around the Wagga region and inland, and in the early days of that, I did a bit with the scoping out there.
So it's fair to say that the focus was really on the cutting works from your perspective?
Yep, correct.
When you first started in that position in 2015, was it the case that, I withdraw that. When you were a vegetation officer and going through to your engagement from 2013 onwards in Bega, was it the case that the auditing approach taken by Essential Energy was to require that 100% of the cuts that were undertaken by the contractors were audited?
Not by me, mate, no.
Not by you, but by someone?
So I think you're referring to post-cut audits, are you?
Yes. Yes.
What vegetation officers do?
Yes.
Yeah, at the start they were doing 100% to my belief.
Yes, so when you were a vegetation officer, it was...
When I was a vegetation officer, we didn't do that style of audit, so I was scoping, because it was a different contract back then.
Okay.
Can I just clarify something?
Yes.
Yep.
Mr. Sarich, you were a vegetation officer until 2015. at which point you then outsourced the scoping and cutting work to Asplund and you became a program compliance auditor, is that right?
Sorry, it just come through a bit patchy there. Are you saying vegetation?
You were a vegetation officer until the cutting and scoping work became outsourced in 2015, at which point you then became a program compliance auditor?
That's right, yeah. There was so numbers were dropping as the new contract was coming in of vegetation officers, and there was 2 in Bega, and I took the other job up, which remained, there was 1 spot left.
Mm-hmm.
That guy kept that spot till he retired, and then got replaced by Darryl Worley after that. So.
Right, so how long did the vegetation officers conduct 100% post-cut audits from 2015?
Couldn't give you exact dates. You'd have to ask the contract manager at the time for that one. It would be inaccurate if I gave you some time frames.
Thank you.
Sorry.
So, in your capacity as a vegetation officer, did you yourself conduct scoping works?
As a vegetation officer, I scoped, yes.
Yes. Can you describe for Her Honour how you approached that scoping task in a general sense? So if we take, for example, a particular line or a span between 2 power poles with, for example, a dry sclerophyll forest on either side, can you describe for the court how you would expect that scoping task, or how you would have conducted that scoping task yourself?
Yep, so when I scoped, it was, to my belief, a different specification and different clearance required back then. And the guys were on an hourly rate, and to come across all that all together and get the specifics, you'd have to talk to the contract manager at the time. But basically, when I would come to a span scoping it myself, I'd identify anything that's in the clearance at the time, anything that may come in the clearance at the time in the next 2 years, which is a cycle.
So how would you undertake that task?
Visual. I'd look at the trees visually.
How would you do that? Would you, for example, walk the line, or would you drive it?
It all depends, mate. Like, I'll give you, Mudgee was a flatter area, so you could drive a lot of the lines there. Different terrain, you'd come across maybe the odd Currajong in the middle of a paddock and some bushland, but down here was completely different style of scope and very undulated hills, mountains. A lot of it is walking. And so, yeah, you get a few less done a day down here when I was scoping.
So you take, for example, the easement you're aware that is the subject of inquiry, in this case, in or around, running in a northeasterly direction from about 580 Reedy Swamp Road, or from about 580 Reedy Swamp Road back up to Reedy Swamp Road. If you were scoping on terrain that was similar to that, would you expect that you would walk the line?
Well, if I couldn't physically drive down the corridor and look at either side, I would walk it, yeah. But there might be times where I'm driving, and when you pull up at a corridor, sometimes you can see straight away it's clear, but you might look in there for regrowth in a gully or something, or you might see things off to the side that could be a hazard too. So you go and closely investigate those and put a job in if need be. You could drive through, spot something, hop out your vehicle, do a walk. That could initiate more walking and further investigation from there.
Okay. So you say you'd walk both sides of the line, is that right?
Yeah, well, you'd walk as far as you can on one side, then come back on the other, back to your car, and sort of leapfrog from there, I guess, so each span.
And you said you might see something that would initiate further investigations.
Yeah, so back then we were scoping off paper and a small pocket device called an iMate, and the paper
can you
was...
explain for me what that device was?
Yeah, it's a small, very out of date, it's called an iMate. It's basically like a early model of an iPhone, I guess, with a stylus, very like palm size. So we would enter our work into that, which would go through to another system, and would also have a carbon copy paper where that would be the consent form to do, to gain consent to do the works in the property. And then we would mark the trees for the contractors to come in on an hourly rate, would mark the trees that need doing, or write pretty black and white instructions on those consent forms on what to do on the job. So.
And when you say you mark the trees that needed doing, was that trees that both represented a, if I use the term grow-in hazard, does that make sense to you?
Yeah, we didn't really use that term much when I was scoping, but I understand what you mean. Did
you use a term tier 1 defect?
That wasn't in when I was scoping, no.
Okay. What was the term that you used back then?
Just the clearance table. So whatever was in that clearance table and the corridor. So we would use the clearance table. It was a straight line back then. Now it's more of an oval where it will come in towards the top 1/6. So we didn't have any of that back then.
Did you conduct investigations for trees that might present what is known as a fall-in hazard?
Currently known today as a tier 2 or fall-in.
Yes. And back then, what was it called?
We didn't have I couldn't tell you the name. You'd have to ask the contract manager at the time. Okay. But yeah, we would look for trees on the outside of the corridor. But it could be a hazard.
And what would you look for?
Telltale signs. So do your VTA, your visual tree assessment. How long's a bit of string, basically? Like, yeah, how, you've got there's so many faults that you might look at, or something very obvious. So
can you give us a few examples of the types of faults?
Yeah. First of all, the thing might catch your eye is dead heads upon the crown of a forest. So you'll see a dead head sticking out amongst other trees.
Sorry, so a dead head, do you mean the crown of the tree where the leaves would ordinarily be?
Yep, the crown of the tree, yep. So
you might see that sticking out the top?
Yeah, that's right, yep. So you might go and have a look at that tree. You might notice the area's had a back burn in it and might have burning out bases. You might notice termite mounds. You might notice bracket and fungi fruits in the trees. You might notice inclusions in the forks, all that sort of stuff.
So if you noticed, for example, a dead head in a stand of trees that was past the first row, for example, would that cause you to go into the stand of trees and have a further look at that particular tree?
Yeah, I'd go and have a look at it, yep.
And you mentioned termite mounds before, what might they indicate?
Also, as you pull up to an easement or drive through one or walk through one, you might notice termite nests and the mounds, and that would say to me that there's termites active in the area. So you'd keep an eye out for any trees that might be affected off termites or already dead from termite-eaten trees.
Do you get termites with live trees or dead trees?
What's that, sorry?
Do you get termite mounds with live trees or dead trees? Or doesn't it matter?
Well, usually the termite mound's an old tree off a stump, from my understanding, a very old one, but I'd look for galleries, what they call galleries on the tree, where the termites create like veins going up the tree where they've been eating it. But it could be quite some time before it's poor health or dead, unless it's already a dead tree, you know what I mean?
So when it comes to termite mounds, would the presence of termite mounds in a particular span or around a span cause you to be more vigilant than you might otherwise have been?
Yeah, I'd be paying a bit more, spending a bit more time in there, yeah, having a look around, especially at the dead ones that could have already been affected by termites if they were.
So it might cause you to, first of all, spend a bit more time looking for dead trees.
Yep.
And second, spend a bit more time looking at trees that you identify as potentially dead.
Yep. Once found, yeah.
And in spending a bit of time looking for dead trees, might you, for example, look beyond the edge of the forest?
Of the corridor, yeah, I'd look beyond the corridor, yeah. telltale signs or something obvious, yeah.
Do you ever use your axe or interfere with a termite mound to see if it's active?
The mound itself, the old mound, to see if there's termites in it?
Yeah.
No, I haven't. Not when I was scoping, no. I'm doing my current job.
Sorry? Well,
Doing my current job, if there's one there. So.
Oh, really?
That's for power poles, those.
Yeah.
Right, so in your current job, if there's a termite mound near a power pole, you might investigate the power pole, the termite mound, to see whether it's affecting the power pole. That's what you're talking about there.
Yeah, that's required of my new role, yeah.
Okay.
If there's one there. So.
Horana mentioned an axe before. If you identified a dead tree, would you use that for any purpose?
Yeah, you might use the back of the axe to sound the tree, just general, see if it's full of any flutes or hollows, see how it sounds. Sounds like an old cardboard box, it's pretty rotten out, or might thud pretty hard and spring back at you, and it's pretty solid. So, saying that though, the tree, its trunk might be solid itself, but it's then might be the root system that could be the dangers, holding the tree up.
Can you think back to your time as a vegetation officer? What training did you receive in the assessment of trees, in particular trees that might present a hazard to a line?
Yeah, a lot of them are different, mate. Some are already came to a business qualified. There's some high up qualified guys, level 5 arborist diplomas. I'm not, but I have had basic visual tree assessment training before Essential Energy and during.
So that basic training, it's not so much a formal qualification, but some on-the-job training and some...
More awareness. You still do the VTA. You're not at a level where you can write a tree assessment report or anything like that, but you can just be aware of telltale signs and spot a hazard if there is one.
So did you do any training that, for example, included a formal assessment of your competence, or any assessment of your competence?
When, mate, before Essential Energy or
no, after you started at Essential?
No, I don't think I attended that day, actually. That was back in Mudgee, but I already did it being a contractor before. So.
Right, so no one required you to attend?
No.
So you're talking about 2000, between 2011 and 2013, there was a VTA competence workshop.
Yeah, off memory, I think we all might have been in Tamworth or something like that, and everyone went up. I think it was through Arbitrum or something. So.
And how long had you been working for the contractor as a VTA person before you started working for Essential?
No. Sorry, I wasn't a VTA. I wasn't a tree assessor before. I was a cutter.
You were a cutter.
And and I'd worked for Transgrid and Country Energy over the space of maybe 11 years.
All right.
I've pretty much done it since I've left school. Oh, before that I was on the council.
Did you need to use any tree assessment skills to be a cutter?
Not as much, because I was on that. I was cutting on the contract where the scoper would scope in front of me, which was Country Energy, and I'd be working under a directive. If there was something we did spot, would ring the local VO or VCO back then and call it out. So.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Sarich, if I could take you to the 19th of March 2018, that being the day after the bushfire, is that right to your recollection?
19th of March after the bushfire, yep.
Yep.
So that would be the Monday?
Yes. Were you working with Mr. Worley that morning?
I was teamed up with Darryl Worley, yep.
You weren't ordinarily teamed up with him in the course of your day-to-day job, were you?
No, we both normally work solo because of the disaster and the lines down. We then worked under the depot instead and worked as a pair to patrol for damaged infrastructure.
So it was kind of an all-hands-on-deck situation in an attempt to try and get power restored. Is that right?
That's, yeah, even guys from other depots joined us.
And during the course of that morning, you attended on the power line easement we were talking about before, that being the easement that runs between 580 Reedy Swamp Road and Reedy Swamp Road.
Yep, so on Monday the 19th, that's when Darryl and I were teamed up, and we found, during our patrol, we found that easement, yes.
Yes. And what did you see when you arrived at that easement?
Okay, so we obviously entered through the driveway of the addresses you just named. Was it 588 or something?
580 is the number.
Yeah, 580. Yep. So we entered through that driveway, coming in maybe not quite a kilometre, 800 metres maybe. Darryl was driving, so he was looking out to the right as the lines were crossing the driveway. And we noticed out to the right, there was one conductor lower than the other, but both still in the air. The conductors above us were up, and I looked up the hill and noticed the conductors were down. And then we stopped there. I said, this will be the problem here. We better go look.
Okay, so you got out of the car and you had a closer look.
We drove up to the sub-pole, which is up that hill, maybe the second pole, and parked around there where it was safe, and had a walk at the top of the corridor and had a look around here.
Yep. Now, did you take a number of photographs that day?
I did, yep.
Do you have a copy of your statement there with you, by any chance?
Yes, totally, yep.
Could you turn to the back of your statement and you'll see it's in the brief at tab 68, I think, Your Honour.
Sorry, mate, I haven't got the version that's been supplied. I've just got the iPad, my version.
Right. Is there a police officer there with you?
No, not at the minute.
Are there some white folders there?
Yep.
Can you get number 5? Yep, that's the one. Yep.
Could you open that volume at tab 68, and then you'll see behind 68 you'll see an A and a B, and I'd like you to flip over to tab B, please.
68?
Yes, please.
'68 tab B.
What page?
There are no tabs.
Page 2067.
Okay. Yes, I've got a photo here.
Yes. Is that a photograph you took? The photograph with the number 1 at the top?
That's me, yeah, I took that.
Is that a photograph of the transformer pole that you referred to before?
That's the one, yep.
You can see there the lines appear to be down.
That's right.
And then if you turn over the page, you took a photograph of a tree. Was there a tree lying at the base of the transformer pole?
Not in this photograph.
No, but can you recall? I'm sorry, I'm asking you
Yep.
for your recollection.
Yeah, so if you go back to photo 1, where the lines are dangling in the clear sky.
Yes.
On that side of the pole, just below that is a head of a tree, yes.
Right, so on the far side of the pole, facing...
On the top side of the pole, yeah, yes. And on the opposite side to the sub-transformer.
Yes, so the right-hand side of that image.
Correct, yep.
Do I take it that that's line 2? Or is that...
Yeah, yes, Your Honour. The one on the right would be line 2, and the pole, for our benefit, is pole B.
So you're looking up the hill taking that photograph?
Me? Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, just below the pole.
And so if you go to the second page, Mr. Sarich, that a photograph taken looking from roughly the direction of that pole towards a tree?
So I've pretty much just pivoted there, 180 sort of thing.
Right?
I've gone the pole, and then I've gone the trunk of a tree.
So that's the tree that was lying at the base of pole B. Oh, sorry, the pole that you just saw in the first photograph.
That's the trunk of a tree, yep.
Yes. And then in the next photograph, can you describe for Her Honour what that photograph is of?
Yeah, so that's photograph 3 we're looking at. Yep.
Yes.
That's the same base of the same tree of me walking around it.
Yes. And do you see there on the right of that photograph a termite mound?
I do, yep.
And if you turn to the next photograph, which is numbered 4, can you indicate for Her Honour what that photograph depicts?
Yep, so that's the head or the crown of the tree that we're talking about. And that's the subpole as well.
Did you notice whether the head or the crown of that tree appeared to have been burnt?
I didn't really get a good look at the head of the trees. I was mainly stayed up on top at the bait, tried to stay away from the lines in the bottom of it. I stayed mainly on top, so I didn't get a close examination to see if it was burnt.
Did you closely examine the trunk of the tree to see whether it had been burnt?
Some I did, I looked at them as I took a photo, yes.
What about that particular tree?
Yeah, so as you can see here, in photo 3, that's where I went up to it and took a photo of the base of the tree,
Okay.
where it is burnt.
What about further along the trunk? Was that burnt?
Going down, so further along the trunk would be photo 1, and it did, photo 2, sorry.
Yes.
It didn't appear to be burnt, no.
And then after that, did you walk a little bit further up the hill?
We did.
And if you look at photograph 5, is that a photograph you took further up the hill?
Yes.
But that photograph was taken below the next pole up, is that right?
Below the next pole up, above the subpole. Yep.
So above the subpole, but below the next pole.
Yep.
Did you make any observations as to whether that tree had been burnt?
Maybe at the base, but not at the head, at the crown. No.
And if you look at photograph 6, is that a photograph of the trunk and base of that tree?
Same tree, yes.
Yes.
Yep.
And do you see there in the middle of that photograph a mound of something?
Yeah, up towards the tree line. Yep.
Is that another termite mound?
That's how I'd identify it. Yep.
So you had a bit of a look around that easement. You identified that the power lines were the likely cause of the outage. Is that right?
Say it again, sorry, mate.
So you had a bit of a look around that easement. You identified that the power lines were the likely cause of the outage. Is that right?
I identified that where the power lines were damaged.
Yes.
Yep.
Did you or Mr. Worley mark any trees for removal or cutting treatment during the course of your visit to the easement on that day?
Not on that day. I can't remember if it was that day or not, but there were trees marked below that, and I was told it was maybe the forestry or RFS or maybe even the police that marked them, because they were different markings to what we would have used.
Okay, but neither you nor Mr. Worley marked any trees for removal?
Not on that day, no.
Did you on any other day?
Yes.
And when was that?
Probably, I couldn't give you an exact date, but other arborists come over, maybe the following week or within the fortnight of this date, and they did a full visual tree assessment of the burnt forest, and we'll arrange in clearing to put the new lines back up.
Right. Are you aware as to whether, as part of that process, individual trees were marked for removal?
Every tree was checked by EE, Essential Energy, in that process and marked, and the top side was heavily marked, being the hill, and the bottom side there was a few selected to come out of there.
Speaking particularly about the top side of the tree, are you aware as to whether any of the trees marked were trees that were dead prior to the fire?
Both, yep. So there was a towards the driveway where we pulled up, where it wasn't as burnt. That's where the trees were marked already by whoever marked them, RFS or whoever. We took those out as well, and then also our own assessment.
And those trees hadn't been burnt during the fire?
No. Oh no, it trickled through there. There was fire damage in the ground, and some were already dead anyway.
Right. No further questions.
You didn't take any photographs of those trees that were marked?
Did I?
Yeah.
Not that I recall. There might be photos of them in the background while we were doing the work or something, but I didn't specifically go and stand at one and take a photo.
Okay. Are these 6 photographs all the photos you took?
No. I've submitted all my photographs to everyone over the last 2 years, so there are more.
How many photographs do you think you took?
I think there's about 20 on my phone. Some are just of a double up, and then some are just of like a map that we're working off the day of the area of where we're told to go.
Sorry, Mr. Sarich, if I might, Your Honour, ask one more question. Did you provide those photographs to one of the officers involved in the investigation of the fire for the purposes of this inquiry? Do you know?
I've provided them that many people. I'm a bit lost with who I've gave them to. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I gave more than this, but couldn't honestly tell. Remember.
Thank you, Mr. Sarich.
Can I just clarify something? Mr. Sarich, can you just go forward and look at page 2056 for me?
Just a drawing?
Yep. The photographs of the 3 fallen trees that you've taken photographs of and spoken about today, is that diagram roughly about right where those trees were? Well, correct, in terms of where those trees laid? From
It would be going off my memory, but the top tree, I recall it being on the other side of that pole.
Yeah.
And the tree in the middle would have been in the middle, nearly in the middle of the span, and then the first tree next to the TX would be correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Sarich, the photographs that you've talked us through today relate only to 2 trees, is that right?
In those photos, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. There's a third one I saw.
I thought he said there were 3 in the statement.
Yes, he's seen 3 trees, but we've only talked about 2 photographs. Photographs of 2 trees.
Well,
He's only taken photos. So I'll just do this quickly, Mr. Sarich, because we're all a little bit confused here.
well, I might not say all, I am.
So if you look at the 6 photographs, photographs 2, 3, and 4. Those 3 photographs are all of the same tree, are they?
2 and 3 and 4 are the same tree as I recall.
Yes.
5 and 6 are the same tree, and then I recall the third tree being above that pole in photo 5.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Sarrett.
Thank you. Mr. Goodman.
No questions, Your Honour.
Okay. Mr. Newton, do you have any questions?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Baroni?
No, Your Honour.
Ms. Johnston?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Cheney?
Your Honour.
Oh, sorry, actually, Mr. Smythe, do you have some questions?
You didn't ask me, Your Honour, but it was harmless. I've got no questions for this
Okay,
witness.
thank you.
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. You're starting in writing. All right, thank you, Mr. Sarich. That completes your evidence. Appreciate your time and statements that you've made. You're now excused.
Thank you very much. Your Honour, I believe that's the witnesses for Begars for today. Is that correct?
I believe so, Your Honour.
All right. Yes, thank you, officer. I think we're going to another site now.
Yes, the next witness is Mr. Patrick Kelleher.
All right. Thank you, officer, for your assistance and for making the police station available yesterday and today.
Thank you, Your Honour. We'll probably see you next week.
Yes, probably will.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Do you need to adjourn to set up the AVL?
You don't, okay. We'll take a 5-10 minute break, please. Thank you.
Mr Kelleher, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I can, thank you. And can you see me? I'm standing with my right arm raised.
Sorry, I can't see anyone standing.
All
You
right.
see somebody waving to you?
No, Your Honour, I can't see anyone waving. I can
Okay.
see yourself, Your Honour, and other people seated.
Courtroom 2. I think he's looking at courtroom 2, Your Honour.
Mr McKeltovic, can you raise your wave now? Can you see Mr Castledine now? Waving.
No, Your Honour, sorry, I cannot see anyone waving.
Just wait one moment, please, Mr Kelleher. We'll try and rectify that.
Sure, thank you.
Mr. Keller, can you see me waving at you though?
Yes, I can. Yes.
So you're locked in court too.
I can see two screens. Sorry, I can see two screens.
Okay.
One where you are waving and another where everyone appears to be seated.
All right. Can you wave again?
Mr Kelleher, can you see a person standing up and waving an arm?
I can't see you waving, but I think I can see half of you standing. I can see your left arm with your hand in your pocket by the looks.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I can see half of you.
So you might need to move it over.
Better half?
Not sure.
All right, we'll just wait one moment for the court officer and then we'll have you sworn.
Thank you.
Do you swear by mighty God the evidence that you shall give me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So please say I do.
I do.
Would you please state your full name?
Patrick John Kelleher,
And your present occupation?
Manager of External Delivery for Essential Energy.
Mr Kelleher, you've prepared two statements in relation to this inquiry. The first is dated the 12th of April 2018. Do you have that before you?
I do, yes.
Your Honour, that is found in volume 6, tab 71. Mr Kelleher, have you read your statement recently?
Yes, I have.
Are there any matters you wish to correct within that statement?
No, there are not.
Thank you. And have you signed a further statement titled Supplementary Statement dated the 20th of July this year?
Yes, I have.
Do you have that statement before you?
Yes, I do.
Are there any matters of correction in relation to that statement?
No, there are not.
Mr Kelleher, you've been an employee, have you not, of Essential Energy for about 34 years? I'm sorry, we've just lost sound, court officer.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. And the answer to the question was yes, that's correct.
Right. Is there some delay, do you think, between you hearing the sound?
I can't actually see the person speaking, Your Honour, so I'm not sure. I didn't believe so.
Okay. Have you lost that screen where Mr Castledine?
I can see him just in the far left corner of that that particular screen. In my far left, sorry.
All right. I think we're just going to change positions.
Mr Kelleher, is that better? Can you see me now?
I can see you, yes.
Thank you. And of those 34 years that you were an employee with Essential Energy, did you spend your first 21 years as a linesman?
That's correct, yes.
And thereafter, did you move into roles as a supervisor and then into management and into your present role now?
That's correct, yes.
And how long have you been the manager of external delivery within Essential Energy?
With that title, it's probably about 3 to 4 years, in various other roles prior to that.
Thank you. Now, in your 34 years with Essential Energy, have you ever been employed to undertake the role of a scoper?
No, I haven't.
Have you ever been employed to undertake the role of a vegetation officer?
No, I haven't.
What about a senior resource manager?
No, I have not.
And finally, have you ever been employed to undertake the role of vegetation manager?
Yes, I have.
And what period of time did you commence in the role of vegetation manager?
Approximately, it was late 2011, I believe.
And when did you cease to occupy that position?
Again, approximately 2014 or 15.
And then from that position, did you move into the role that's presently titled Manager External Delivery?
Not quite. My title for a period in between was Manager Programs and then Manager External Delivery.
Other than the difference in title, was the position much the same in terms of the role and the responsibilities?
In essence, yes, it's correct.
For her honour's benefit, in relation to New South Wales and Essential Energy's network, how many square metres or hectares are we dealing with in terms of the network system?
I'm not sure of the square meterage, but the extent of our network is over 200,000 kilometres in length.
And
we account for over 95%, I think, of the land area of New South Wales.
And is that area divided up into 3 regions or areas?
For the purposes of vegetation management, that's correct, yes.
And in terms of the area in and around Tathra and Bega, is that known as the southern region?
Correct, yes.
And what main towns are included in the southern region?
Main towns include Wagga, Queanbeyan, down to and including Bega, or places in between and further to the west as well. So out along the Murray in the southern parts, the southwestern parts of the state.
And within the southern region, is it further divided into depots?
Yes, that's correct.
And in respect of the Reedy swamp easement, if I can use that term, does that fall within the Bega depot?
Yes, that's correct.
And within the Bega depot, are there specific areas that that depot has responsibility for in terms of vegetation management?
Not necessarily that the depot, as in the Essential Energy depot, has responsibility for, but that form part of a depot area. So I guess that's just a collection of vegetation maintenance areas.
And how many vegetation maintenance areas are there, in a sense, falling within the Bega depot or area?
I'm not aware of the count, of those within Bega itself. But I believe we have approximately just under 4,000 across our whole network footprint.
Could it be in the order of about 130 or thereabouts?
That sounds reasonable, yes.
And is one of those areas, to your understanding, a vegetation maintenance area known as VBEGA 1533?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that the maintenance area in which the Reedy Swamp easement falls within?
That's correct, yes.
In relation to vegetation management, you're familiar with the term blow-in
Yes, I am.
as
Yep.
a hazard, fall-in hazards,
Yes,
and
correct.
grow-in hazards.
Yes.
And is a grow-in hazard also known as a Tier 1 defect, to your understanding?
Yes, a Tier 1 defect would describe most. Yes.
And in respect of a fall-in hazard, is that also known to you as a Tier 2 defect or hazard defect?
Yes, correct.
Now, of those two types of vegetation hazards, does Essential Energy view one of them as more risky than the other in terms of potential damage to the network or electrical infrastructure?
I don't believe we determine one more risky than the other within our clearing standard, within our requirements.
And in terms of your requirements, is that documented in a document known as the Vegetation Management Common Requirement?
That was the document as it was at the time, yes.
Thank you. And those requirements and specifications within that common requirement have found their way into the contract between Essential Energy and Asplund, to your understanding?
That's correct, yes.
Now, in relation to vegetation management inspection programs, in essence, are there three, perhaps four types of programs that Essential Energy undertakes within its maintenance areas?
I'd describe it as three key inspection program types, yes.
And a fourth, perhaps being an ad hoc type inspection?
Yeah, that's correct, which is made up of a number of different inspections.
And of those three key inspection programs, one is the LiDAR type of inspection, that is light detection and ranging.
Yes, that's correct.
And do you agree with me that that's the most accurate method for assessing vegetation clearance?
At the scale required of our network, yes.
And do you agree that that does not detect fall-in hazards, Tier 2 defects?
I'd agree, that's correct, it does not.
And the second key inspection program is an aerial inspection, is it not?
Correct, yes, pre-summer bushfire inspection.
And is the aerial inspection only done as part of a pre-season bushfire inspection, or is it done at other times?
No, it is done as a pre-bushfire season preparedness inspection.
And just on that, is it done for all maintenance areas or only those categorised as P1?
Is that as of today? Sorry, your question?
Well, thank you. As at 2018, the pre-season bushfire inspection, was it only done at that time for areas designated a P1 risk category?
That's correct. That's correct, yes.
In relation to the Reedy Swamp easement, and in particular, well, I withdraw that. In relation to VBEGA 1533, there was an aerial inspection. I withdraw that. Was there an aerial inspection for the bushfire season 2017-2018, to your knowledge, or not?
to my knowledge, the last pre-summer bushfire inspection was done in 2016, so it would have been ahead of the 16-17 bushfire season.
And in relation to the Bega 1533 maintenance area, was there a reason as to why there was not an aerial inspection for that is a pre-season bushfire inspection for the bushfire season 2017-2018?
Yes, after the completion of the 2016 pre-summer bushfire inspection program, change in strategy that the future pre-summer programs P1 bushfire areas.
And why was that?
That was a change in strategy made by others. That wasn't a decision that was made by myself.
Was it a change in strategy, or was it a change in the categorisation of particular areas in relation to their risk category, be it P1, P2, P3 or P4? And if you don't know, please say so.
No, I don't know for sure, but I'd suggest both played into it. I think both occurred around the same time.
And do you agree in relation to an aerial inspection that limitations are placed upon that mode of inspection in relation to the identification of a Tier 2 defect or a fall-in hazard?
Yes, I'd agree that would be limited, yes.
Do you agree then that the third and final key inspection program is the visual, a ground-based visual inspection?
Yes, I'd agree.
And that, you would agree, would you not, that of the three is the most important in terms of the identification of fall-in hazards?
I'd agree, yes.
Now, in relation to the Reedy Swamp easement, as at March of 2018, how often was the program for inspection of that easement undertaken? Was it an annual inspection, every second year? What was the cycle?
Are you referring just to the cyclic inspection program? Sorry.
Yes. Well, I just want to get an understanding that in the Reedy Swamp easement sits within VBEGA 1533.
Yep.
In relation to that maintenance area, what was the program for the undertaking of a ground-based visual inspection for clearance and for fall-in and for grow-in hazards?
So for the ground-based program, from the commencement of the current contracts, the contract with Asplin you referred to, which I think commenced late 2015, the ground-based. So the expectation was that a ground-based inspection and treatment would occur within the first 2 years of commencement of those contracts, and that actually occurred towards the end of 2016, early 2017, the inspection, and then the work was completed thereafter.
Now, in relation to the entering in of the contract with Asplin for the vegetation management services, prior to 2015, did Essential Energy have its own scopers for ground-based visual inspections of its maintenance areas?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was and after the contract was entered into with Asplin in late 15 or thereabouts, were any Essential Energy scopers retained thereafter or not?
Yes, but not for the purposes of performing scoping work. No, that was then outsourced to the contractor.
Now, in relation to auditing, after the contract was entered into with Aspland, what was your understanding of the auditing in respect of ground-based visual inspection?
So the minimum requirement that we applied and that was carried out by our auditors was a minimum of 10% sampling audit of all completed works. From the outset, or from the implementation, I guess, of those contracts, we had a greater emphasis. There was up to 100% of the work being audited for a period of time to, I guess, give ourselves some assurance at the commencement of those contracts. That was then, reduced back to the minimum requirement of 10%.
Prior to the contract, was it 100% audit by staff of Essential Energy?
Prior to the contract?
Yes.
I'm not aware of that.
Was there an
Sorry.
auditing program when the Essential Energy scopers and cutters performed their tasks?
Yes, there was, Your Honour, yes.
Mr. Kelleher, did you hear the evidence of Mr. Worley yesterday or not?
No, I haven't heard Mr. Worley's evidence.
All right. Did you hear the evidence of Mr. Sarek this morning or not?
No, I haven't heard Mr. Sarek's evidence.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned a figure of 10% post-contract with Aspland. Was that audit, that 10% audit, following cutting?
Yes, post the cut, correct.
As part of the audit program, after entry into the contract with Aspland, was there any auditing program in relation to scoping activities within the maintenance area V Bega 1533?
Other than that, conducted by the contractor themselves, they undertook pre-listing auditing. Our internal team audits were on the post cut. Obviously, the spans they visited where work had been conducted would have also been assessed for anything missed in the scope or in the inspection. Sorry.
What system or procedure, if any, was in place within Essential Energy to determine whether or not the scoping exercise undertaken within a particular vegetation management area had been done to the standard expected of Essential Energy prior to March 2018?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
What I'm wishing to explore with you, Mr. Kelleher, is how did Essential know that those tasked with scoping between 2016 and 2018 were adequately identifying fall-in or Tier 2 defects to the standard expected by Essential Energy?
So again, through our own internal post-cuts auditing program and the contractors' pre-listing program primarily. Sorry?
But if there was no cutting, I take it you wouldn't go out to do a run-through to see whether or not there should have been identified fall-in or Tier 2 defects?
Not in a targeted sense in that period, no.
And why is that?
Well, I think there's a few reasons. Again, we relied on the contractor as they're required to undertake both pre-list and post-cut audits themselves, have a suitable audit regime in place. And to ensure that, our vegetation officers who are undertaking the post-cut auditing are obviously able to balance that with their other duties. So to ensure that we had, them attending to the other work that they had to complete.
Did the system change within Essential Energy in January of 2018 whereby Essential Energy recommenced employing its own scopers?
Not employing our own scopers. We certainly used our vegetation officers to do some more targeted inspections, yes,
And
from
was
that
that
point.
rolled out in January of 2018?
I can't be sure exactly of the date, but it would have been from early 2018, correct.
And was that across New South Wales, or was it particular areas?
No, it was particular areas. It was targeted.
And was one of the targeted areas Bega?
Yes, that was one of the depot areas included, correct.
And why was Bega targeted to have additional scoping contractors deployed?
It was internal vegetation officers, sorry, not contractors. So the reason Bega was included was there was a set of criteria used to assess where we would target those inspections, and that included our high risk bushfire areas and areas where we'd either had some known dieback of trees, or where there were densely vegetated areas adjacent to the network.
Was part of the reason for this redeployment of essential energy scopers a concern that those contractors required to scope were not performing their task adequately?
No, I don't believe it was a concern that they were not performing their task satisfactorily.
In terms of quality control in relation to the contract between Essential Energy and Asplin, that is the Vegetation Management Services contract, in relation to quality assurance, what steps, if any, has or did Essential Energy undertake prior to 2018 to satisfy itself that those contractors performing scoping duties were adequately trained or qualified to undertake the role?
So training and qualification is covered in the contract, in the training and authorisation matrix, or the requirements covered by the training authorisation matrix. So to be authorised to undertake that work, the respective contractor has to have the requisite training qualification.
And in relation to the requisite work of scoping, that is the visual identification of fall-in or Tier 2 defects, as part of that training matrix, was there any requirement that they undertake tree risk assessment?
I don't know it as tree risk assessment, but there are elements within the core qualification requirement or units of competency that include the assessment of hazards in trees.
And as part of that training matrix, to your understanding at least, Mr. Kelleher, did it include the identification of particular attributes that trees may have to demonstrate that they're either dead, dying or structurally unsound?
Yeah, that would be my understanding, yes.
And in terms of this training matrix to which you've referred, what's its proper name, if you're able to assist? I don't think...
can I just refer to my statement, sorry?
Yes, I think it may be in your second statement towards the
Right.
end.
Thank you.
If you turn to page... it's paragraph 54, I think 55, 56 on page 11 of your statement.
I don't know that it refers to that framework, if that's what you're asking, but it's known to me as the training and authorisations matrix.
All right. Thank you. Now, you mentioned earlier in evidence that there was a ground-based inspection of the Reedy Swamp easement in December of 2016. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do, yep.
And was the ground-based scoping inspection, to your understanding, carried out by a subcontractor to Asplin known as Pinnacle Arbo Pro?
That's my understanding, subsequent to the incident. I wasn't aware of that at the time.
And subsequent to the fire of March 18, did you become aware that in relation to that ground-based inspection, 4 spans were identified with vegetation encroachments?
By what means, sorry?
That there was vegetation that was growing into the clearance area identified in that inspection in December of 2016. If you don't know, please say so, Mr. Kelleher.
The number doesn't resonate. I believe that ground-based scoping was a larger number of encroachments or tasks identified, defects identified.
I rather understood that, and I'll try and turn it up in your statement, that you'd identified 4 spans with vegetation encroachments.
My apologies. Yeah, you're referring, of course, just to the corridor at Reedy Swamp. Yes,
That's right.
That's correct. Sorry, my apologies, yes.
And of those 4, as I understand the evidence, 2 were actioned without an outage or isolating the power lines.
You just cut out there, 2 of them were, did you say?
2 were actioned without the need for a power outage.
That's my understanding, yes.
And then the other 2, again, just dealing with the easement, were actioned with a power outage or isolation of the lines.
Correct, that's my understanding, yes.
And in terms of the remedial work required, they required trimming, to your understanding?
I believe there was trimming involved. I can refer to my statement to check that, if that's okay.
That's right. Take it as a given.
Yep.
Now, in terms of the timing of this ground-based inspection of the easement, it's December 16. We're 2 months into the bushfire season. Are you able to explain why that ground-based inspection was so late in the season?
Yeah, generally speaking, that I think is the correct way to answer your question. The cyclic program is not structured around being completed prior to the bushfire season.
What if it was designated a P1? Would that have any bearing or not?
Again, no, it's not. The timing of the inspection is not designed to be completed prior to the bushfire season for the ground-based cyclic program.
And in terms of the identification of remedial works, is there a period of time that those works are to be undertaken by?
Yeah, yes, there is. That's correct. So the Vegetation Management Common Requirement sets out those times.
And again, just dealing with the first 2 encroachments that were actioned, they, as I understand the evidence, were remediated on the 31st of January 2017. To your understanding, did that fall within the common requirement? By way of
Yes, that's my understanding, yes.
And then the remaining 2 were actioned, as I understand the evidence, in late October of 2017, about 6 months after the ground-based inspection. Again, to your understanding, was that compliant with the common requirement?
My understanding is that would not be compliant with the common requirements, no.
And what is your understanding of the time period in relation to compliance in respect of those latter 2 actioned items which required power outage?
Well, exactly that, but they were reliant on providing access to complete the work by way of the power outage.
And again, given your answer to an earlier question, in terms of actioning these particular types of items, there was no need to escalate them or prioritise them in a higher order because they'd been identified in a bushfire season?
Not because they had been identified in a bushfire season, no.
So just so I'm clear on your evidence, in terms of the cyclic program, it wasn't determinative by reason of whether you're coming into or are in a bushfire season. It just rolls out in accordance with the schedule.
The inspection program does, yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, in terms of the fourth category of vegetation inspection, which we touched upon earlier, which I termed ad hoc, what's your expectation in relation to an ad hoc type of inspection?
Well, expectation, sorry, just if you could just explain. So you mean, what do I expect to occur as a result of those, or what's my understanding of an ad hoc inspection?
I mean, if need be, I'll take you back into your statement where you identify a fourth type of inspection program. It's page 9 of your first statement, subparagraph D of paragraph 29. You say, Mr. Kelleher, other ad hoc inspections take place, which include ground-based cyclic asset inspection program, staff observation, generated inspections, and customer observation, generated inspections. What I'm wanting to understand is, what is your expectation as the individual who has management, it seems all the way down to vegetation officers, is expected of essential energy employees when they're doing an asset inspection, for example, in relation to the identification of vegetation hazards?
Well, for asset inspections, the reporting is limited to things they would deem to be urgent or an emergency, so things that were either close to or actually touching the network.
Would you expect, for example, a linesman who's undertaking pole maintenance to be on the lookout for any fall-in or Tier 2 hazard or not?
Oh, it's a difficult question. I get, if that were obvious and a linesman, given their experience, identified that as a potential risk, then I'd expect they would escalate or report that, yes.
On that example, Mr. Kelleher, are linesmen, as part of their duties, directed to look out for fall-in Tier 2 defect hazards or not?
I'm not aware that they're directed as such, no.
There's no, to your understanding, I take it, internal policy document within Essential Energy that dictates or instructs an employee undertaking asset inspections to be on the lookout for fall-in hazards?
Look, I'm not sure in the asset inspection manual whether, again, it specifies anything outside of or how it determines what would be deemed urgent or an emergency. I'm not aware. Sorry.
Can I just deal, if I may, with an aspect of your evidence in your second statement, Mr. Kelleher, where you provide some response to some proposed recommendations that emanate from a report of Mr. Marcus Lodge, arborist?
Yep.
Now, the first one I want to deal with, which is in reverse order, is a matter we touched upon a moment ago in relation to training. If those who undertake ground-based visual inspections for essential energy were required to be trained in relation to the visual identification in the sense of tree risk assessment for dead, dying or structurally unsound trees, what concerns do you have on behalf of Essential Energy in relation to that type of recommendation?
Sorry, your question was in terms of dead, dying, or I mean those are already components that are required and expected under our existing training requirements.
If you assume, for the sake of the discussion, that Mr. Lodge holds a view as an arborist that training module is not sufficient for the visual identification of a dead, dying or structurally unsound tree, and has recommended in his report consideration for additional training, what impositions, if any, do you have on behalf of Essential Energy if that type of recommendation was to be made?
Only that we obviously have to understand the implications of applying that higher level of training in terms of cost, availability of training, etc., and the ability to provide that training to the number of inspectors that we would have working for us.
Would that cost, could that cost arguably be passed on as part of the contract price between Essential Energy and any contractor who secured the services to undertake that type of scoping work?
If we required that of the contractor, do you mean?
Yes.
Yes, then there'd be reasonable grounds for at least a conversation around passing on that cost, yes.
In terms of what you understand in relation to the role of a scoper undertaking visual inspections, ground-based visual inspections, do you, where you sit in the role as the manager of external delivery, see any scope for improvement in that area?
Yes, I do, and there's some work we've done since the fires, since around about that time, on looking at options for, I guess, uplifting capability, the role of a scoper. So some of that, or initially that was on the back of Endeavour's development of the hazard tree identification course, and more recently working with a second or a separate training organisation to look at a separate program that is still in progress, that actually Ausgrid are working with the same training provider on.
Could we just explore the first one, which was in relation to increasing capability, which you mentioned Endeavour, I think. They're another
Correct.
network service provider, are they not?
They are, yes.
And what are they doing in that space?
So they had developed and rolled out their own training package for the identification of hazard trees.
And when did they roll that out, to your understanding?
Just not referred to that in my statement, sorry.
That's all right. Is it a pilot program or is it an ongoing?
No, I don't believe it. No, I believe they've gone ahead and implemented it. And I think it was around late 2017, early 2018.
And in terms of Essential Energy, what are you looking at in relation to that program that Endeavour's implemented around capabilities?
Yeah, so we had already adopted, I guess, those additional elements into the unit of competency that covers, this hazards in trees as part of the SCOPA qualification and authorisation requirements.
And in relation to the second one, which was around training, who was the network service provider that was doing that?
The second one was, Ausgrid are working with a company called NSPEC, who we've since engaged as well to look at the development of training in that space as well.
And when did you enter into that relationship with that? First of all, what was the name of the organisation?
NSPEC, ENSPEC, all capitals.
And when did Essential enter into that relationship with NSPEC?
To my knowledge, I think those discussions have been happening since around about the time of the season's bushfires, the most recent bushfires. So that would have been early this calendar year, 2020.
And Mr. Kelleher, what's your understanding of what NSPEC might deliver to Essential in relation to the training of those individuals charged with undertaking ground-based visual inspections for the identification of hazardous trees?
Well, it's generally to go into the specifics of the program, but generally to increase ability in that space, so improve our identification of fall-in hazards.
Is there a document that encapsulates what you've been saying today?
Yes, there is, yeah.
Do you know what the name of that document is? It may be a document we may require, that's all.
I don't have it handy to me to give you the name of it, but it's a training outline, I guess, is how I'd describe it.
All right, I'll take that matter up with your solicitors.
Sure.
Yes, thank you for your time, Mr. Kelleher.
Thank you.
Mr. Kelleher, Mr. Castledine was asking you about the competency aspects which involve the training of scopers. Yesterday I heard evidence from someone who suggested that it's not only an issue of competency, but it's also an issue of commitment to performing the task properly, and suggested that a person who was local to the area was more likely to be committed to their responsibilities than a contractor being flown in to perform the tasks, because that the impact, I suppose, on the community is known by the local scoper. Do you have any view about that?
I don't. I guess I can understand that opinion, but I don't agree with it, Your Honour. I guess in that specific example, you've mentioned a fly-in employee. Many of the scopers. So yeah, many of the scopers are actually local people as well.
You haven't noted whether a local scoper seems to be more committed to carrying out their task than a fly-in?
Oh, again, I understand that sentiment, but I don't agree with it. No.
No, you've not noticed any difference between the work performed. That's what I'm asking.
No, I haven't, Your Honour. No.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Greenwood, do you have any questions? Sorry, Mr. Goodman.
Yes, Your Honour. Mr. Kelleher, can you see me?
Yes, I can.
You asked some questions about what steps, if any, Essential Energy took before March 2018 to ensure that scopers were adequately qualified, and you refer to the training and authorisation matrix, and you said that the contractor must have particular training and qualifications. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do, yes.
It's the case, isn't it, that the qualifications are passed on by Aspland from the subcontractor to Essential Energy for Essential Energy to approve the qualifications of those subcontractors. Is that correct?
That's correct. Essential Energy issues the authorisation, correct.
Right, and that authorisation, is it possible, I ask, whether page 6577 could be brought up? Mr. Kelleher, I'm asking for a document to be brought up, hopefully onto your screen, if you could just be patient for a moment.
What volume is that, Mr?
Should be
Volume 17, does that sound right?
about, yeah,
16.
16, I think. Probably 17, I think you're on.
What page number?
6577.
17. Tab BMK 23.
Tab 238, I think you're on.
Thank you.
6577. Mr. Kelleher, can you see that document?
Not yet, no.
Can you see it now?
Yeah, very small on my iPad screen, but I can see it, yes.
Is that an example of the authorisation of which you were just speaking?
As best I can tell from here, that appears to be yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honour.
How long do those authorisations last for? This one has an expiry date.
Annual, Your Honour.
Annual. Okay.
Yes, an annual authorisation.
Thank you. Mr. Newton, do you have any questions?
No questions, Your Honour.
All right. Mr. Baroni?
No, Your Honour.
Ms. Johnston?
Questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Smythe?
I'm not breaking a habit today, Your Honour. I do have some questions. Mr. Kelleher, can you see me and hear me? I'm just behind where Mr. Castleton was.
I can, yes.
Yes, thank you. Can I ask you some questions about your background, sir? You've indicated to Her Honour that you've been with Essential Energy for 34 years as of today's date.
Just over 34 years, correct, yes.
Yes, thank you. And on my arithmetic, that means you started as a 17-year-old as a linesman?
That's correct.
Which means that for your entire full-time working career, probably, you've been working in the electricity distribution industry.
Other than a couple of years, yes, that's correct.
Yes, thank you. You indicate that your current job title is Manager External Delivery, and can I just verify this with you? You're in charge of all of the following areas: vegetation management, meter reading, aerial patrol services, major projects execution, street lighting services, services mains replacement, and navigable waterways management. Is that correct? I'm sorry, sir. I think you might.
Can you keep your voice up, Mr. Smythe? I'm finding it hard to hear you.
Oh,
You might need to slow that down a bit.
I did hear the question. Yes, that's correct.
Yes. And what is navigable waterways management?
It's a program to bring, as the title suggests, waterways that are navigable, so where boats can traverse the waterway, up to standard in terms of signage for where our power lines cross or submarine cables.
Submarine cables, yes. Thank you.
A river.
Yes, thank you. And you say, in addition, when you're describing your role, that you have 95 people working under you, more or less?
Yeah, a few less now, but yes, more or less.
I'm sorry to hear that. but you would agree that you're a relatively senior executive in the business?
Senior manager, yes.
Yes. And who do you report to, sir? Where do you sit in the organisational chart?
So I'm a level 4 manager. I report to the head of network delivery, who's my immediate manager.
And the head of network delivery, who does that person report to?
The general manager, customer and network services.
Thank you. And that person, who does that person report to?
To the CEO.
Yes, thank you. So if I've understood that correctly, you sit at the third rung of the organisation.
Level 4.
So level 4, but the third rung down if you make the CEO 1.
Sorry.
Is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Correct. Yes, correct, yes.
Yes, thank you. So in all those circumstances, you'd agree with me then that you've got some general knowledge about the electricity industry generally and the risks that are facing it from a general perspective?
I'd agree, yes.
So you keep up to date with risks posed by transmission and distribution infrastructure?
Yeah, through my day-to-day job, I believe I keep up to date, yes.
Yes, certainly. And so you'd be very alive to risks that might be posed where the outcome could be a bushfire?
Yes.
Yes. And you're aware, of course, of the 2009 Black Saturday fires in Victoria?
I'm aware, yes.
And are you aware of what the allegation was about how those fires were caused?
I'm not aware of all the fires, but I do believe at least some were network related, yes. Network initiated.
And would you be prepared to agree with me that your understanding would have been that when you say that they're network related, they were caused by downed conductors? I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah, I believe it in at least one situation. That was a downed conductor, yes.
Yes, thank you. And given your knowledge of potential catastrophic risk, you'd agree with me that the major purpose of vegetation management is to stop electrical infrastructure from coming into contact with vegetation, would you?
Yeah, it is to mitigate the risk of vegetation around our network, yes.
And well, it is the whole point of it that vegetation shouldn't come into contact with electrical infrastructure, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Yes, great. So you've made two statements in this proceeding. Can I ask, do you have them in paper form or do you have them on your screen?
No, I have them printed, yes.
Oh, you've got them printed. Could I ask you to take up your first statement, please, of March 2018?
Yep. Yes.
So I want to ask you some questions about the content of this statement. You indicate, so I'll just wait for my colleagues to turn that up as well. It's behind tab 71, Your Honour, if Your Honour needs a reference. Oh, thank you. So, sir, I noticed when I was reading through this that at paragraph 4 you indicate that you're not responsible for line maintenance, you yourself.
That's correct. Yep.
Because that's a regional or depot responsibility?
Correct.
Yes. And you indicate at paragraph 24 that you're not responsible and you can't comment on line maintenance or scheduling of line maintenance?
Yeah, that.
And you say at paragraph 15 that you can't comment on fault nodes raised by tree fall. Is that right?
That's correct.
And to be clear, I'm asking you agree with what you said there. I'm not just asking you if that's what it says in the document. You agree with me that you're...
I agree. Yes, I agree. Yeah.
And at paragraph 26, you say that you can't explain how recloses work, though you're aware of the existence of recloses.
Well, I have an operational. Yes.
I'm sorry, we just lost you a chunk there. Could you say your answer again?
I agree with what's in the statement. That's correct.
Yes, thank you. Now, I don't want you to feel that I'm criticising you. The reason that you can't speak to those matters generally is because you're taking a managerial view of the business. So these are not your subject area expertise.
Or areas that I'm responsible for as part of my role.
You're responsible for them, but you don't, to use the colloquialism, you don't know the nitty-gritty of any of these areas that you... Sorry?
No, I'm not responsible for them, sorry.
Yes, sorry. So you're not responsible for the matters that I've been taking you to, but you know they exist, but you don't seek to comment on them.
That's correct.
Yes, thank you. Now, I want to ask you a few more questions about your statement, if I may. You in paragraph 6, you explain how faults in overhead power lines can occur. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
And would you agree with me in that paragraph that you're endeavouring to assist police by answering a question that they've asked?
I agree, yes.
But you're answering in general terms, you're giving an explanation in effect for a layperson.
Giving an explanation from an operational knowledge, sorry.
Yeah, so that's your perspective, but the reason you're giving the answer is to assist police to understand a fairly specialised area of knowledge.
Correct.
So this is by way of an explanation I'm suggesting to you.
Yes, I agree. Yep.
Yes, thank you. Could the same thing be said of what you say in 7 in relation to fires caused by electricity infrastructure? There you're explaining how that could or might happen?
Based on my experience, yes.
Yes, that's right. But you're not talking about any particular fire, you're just talking about the general position again in an endeavour to assist police to explain what might happen in general terms.
In response to the question I was asked at the time, yes.
Quite so. And in paragraph 17, you're endeavouring to assist police to understand how a fire might result from contact with an 11 kilovolt line.
Yes, that's correct. I agree.
And would you agree with me that much of the balance of your first statement is giving, no doubt at the request of the police, an overview of inspection, treatment and monitoring as you understood it?
Your Honour, I object. I mean, what does it matter what perception this witness has of the construction of his statement? It's there in printed words. Anyone can make their own.
I'm not asking you to construe a statement, Your Honour.
I don't think he was asked to describe a statement. He was just asked whether that his statement is providing an overview. What's the objection?
An opinion that can be drawn by the reader.
Pardon?
What is the probative value of this witness's perception of what role his statement takes?
I don't think he's been asked about his perception. He's just been asked that what he's provided.
And if that's all that he's asked, then that's a question that you're better placed to answer than the witness. Right?
I'll allow the question.
Thank you, Your Honour. So I'll just put that reasonable question again. Yes.
Rephrase the reasonable question.
The question was, your first statement provides an overview.
Yeah, so perhaps if you could answer in the form Her Honour's asked, sir.
Up to
Sorry, can I hear the actual question?
Yeah, the question is that your statement up to and including, well, from paragraph
May I assist you on?
5, I think, no, paragraph 6 and 7 provide an overview in relation to what can cause a failure, as well as what the different phases are of a line.
Sorry, Your Honour, do you mean the entire statement from that point on?
Well, you don't mean that, do you?
I've got the references, if Your Honour wouldn't mind it, if I
Right.
have another flyer over this one. So you've indicated, sorry, can I just, this is a lawyer's problem, it's not a criticism of your evidence. The point that I'm putting to you is that when we see what you've written in paragraphs 6, 7 and 17 and that passage, what you're doing is explaining how particular things can occur in the network in a general sense, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
So we'd fairly call that an explanation for somebody who was not as familiar with the industry as you are?
Yeah, okay, I agree. Yep.
Yep. And can I ask you to have a look at the material in your statement starting at paragraph 28? And if you could just leaf through that up to paragraph 42.
Yep.
Would you agree with me that a fair description of that passage would be that it's an overview of inspection, treatment and monitoring, again, by way of explanation?
Yes, with some reference to specific files, data files.
Yes, that's right, and thank you. That brings me neatly to my next question. Can you have a look at paragraph 43, please?
Yes.
In the section following that paragraph, you haven't done that off the top of your head. You've gone through and used system records to produce that material, have you?
I have, yes.
Yes, thank you. So can I suggest to you that the statement that you've given is not given out of your own personal knowledge that you were able just to project to the police on the day? You've gone away and put together a series of explanations, and you've gone and interrogated Essentials records to put together this statement.
Well,
Yes, from memory. Sorry.
Yes, sorry, Your Honour.
why couldn't his overview be from his own general knowledge, since that he has it? So,
Yes, quite right. So
that's a statement that contradicts what your position or you've already elicited from him.
I'm not sure that it does. Perhaps I put the question clumsily. The overview material you gave out of your own mind to explain the answers to the questions police had asked you. That's right.
That's right, yes.
And then the passage that starts at paragraph 43, you went and interrogated the systems that would have had those files on them.
That they were interrogated and that information provided to the police, correct? And as part of giving the statement, I then interpreted that information.
Yes, thank you. And we see that interpretation in the statement itself.
Yep.
Yes,
correct.
thank you. Now, your discussion of vegetation monitoring programs in your statement starts with the Act and the 2014 regulation. You'd be well aware of the obligations imposed on you, on your employer as a network operator by the regulation, would you?
Broadly, to maintain a safe and reliable network.
Oh, I don't need to read it out to you then. So that's Regulation 5. And you know, don't you, that Regulation 6 imposes an obligation to have a safety management system in place to achieve that objective?
I wasn't aware of the numbering, but I'm aware of that
You're
requirement.
aware
Yes.
of the obligation?
Yes, the obligation, correct.
Yes, thank you. And you're aware, are you, that the common requirement document, to which reference has already been made, is part of the documentary suite that assists Essential Energy to achieve that obligation?
Yes, that's my understanding, yes.
Thank you. Now, I'd like to take you to some documents, I regret to say. Could Mr. Martin please bring up, I can't say the tab, but the page number is 5325.
What volume is that?
Yeah, I'll just find out, Your Honour.
I think it's 14, Your Honour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin. So can you see that on your screen?
I can see it. I can't read the text, sorry, but I can
Yeah,
see
could
the
you press
document, yes.
Plus one more time, perhaps. Can you read it now?
No, sorry. Getting close, though. Yes.
Can you see the, let me ask you this, can you see the picture?
Half the picture and I can see the text.
Yeah, and is it, oh, now you can see the other half. Is this pictogram, I guess you'd call it, is it familiar to you?
Yes, appears to be from common requirements.
So it's from the common requirements, and only because I don't think you can read the text, I'll read it to you. A Tier 2 defect is dead, dying or structurally unsound vegetation that has been visually identified as far as reasonably practicable, which in the opinion of the authorised officer constitutes a hazard to bare, covered or insulated aerial conductors or other network infrastructure in the event that it were to fall in the direction of the network asset. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, that does. Yeah.
And that is the obligation that attaches to a Tier 2 tree, isn't it?
As it was in the document at the time, yes.
Yes, that's right. And this document has since been superseded in 2018 by Essential's own document.
That's correct.
Has the obligation substantively changed? Or, sorry, I withdraw that. Has the description of a Tier 2 defect substantively changed?
Only that it, I think, well, I believe, references dead, dying and or structurally unsound.
Yes. But just so that it's clear, the Network New South Wales Common Requirement document that I've just been discussing with you was the one that was in force up until February 2018.
Yes, correct.
Yes, thank you. And just excuse me, sir, Mr. Martin, could you next take us to 2361.128? Oh, and for my colleagues, this is the ICCS glossary. And again, I regret I can't say what tab it's behind. Different to you.
Six.
Six.
Three different answers.
Three, you'd be lucky.
What number was it? What page?
Page 2361.128.
Volume 6A, Your Honour.
Get it to my friend. And his junior.
No, it's not that one. It's not that. It's 6A.
Mr. Martin's brought it up on the screen if that's of assistance to Your Honour.
No, don't. Thank you. Yes.
So, Mr. Kelleher, can you see that on your screen?
Yeah, again, the text is a bit small, but I can see the picture, yes.
Thank you. And the picture is, in important respects, well, in all respects, it's the same picture that you were just looking at in the earlier document, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, and just because, again, I don't think you can see it very clearly, let me read the text to you above the picture. Fall-in vegetation hazard, definition, visually defective vegetation, which is vegetation that is dead, dying, and appears structurally unsound as identified from the perspective of a network asset, as far as it is reasonably practicable to do so, that is outside the minimum clearing requirement distances from electricity assets and which may require pruning, cutting or removal to obviate the risk of it falling, dropping and contacting the assets.
Should we provide that document to the transcription service? Don't forget you've been transcribed, so
Could I provide it?
it would be better.
Yeah, oh
I'm
yes,
speaking
yes.
extremely quickly and the transcriber would be
Yes, of course, I'll ask.
taxed.
No, I don't mean to tax the transcriber, but it's the text that I've read out is the
Yes.
exact text that's on page 2361.128, and I will, of course, provide that to Your Honour's staff. So does that sound like a correct recitation of what's in the ICC3 document as to Tier 2 vegetation?
Double SC3, yes, that does.
And when you were making the point a moment ago about the insertion into your company's own document of the and/or formulation, you'd agree with me that that's because the first example I gave you says or, and the second example says and so your company's fixed that up in its own document.
I believe the inclusion of and/or is more representative of the fact that a structurally unsound vegetation may not necessarily be obviously dead or dying.
Yes, quite so. But you agree with me, just taking a step back from the documents, that the two definitions of Tier 2 vegetation I've taken you to, when one speaks of Tier 2 vegetation, the definitions that I've taken you to are an accurate representation of what was meant by that term.
Yes, I'd agree.
Thank you. I'm finished with that document now. Thank you, Mr. Martin. So would you agree with me, sir, that Essential Energy's plan in order to meet the regulatory obligations flowing out of the 2014 regulations was to cause to be conducted periodic inspections to ensure and then to schedule works to maintain compliance with, relevantly, the description of Tier 2 vegetation Tier 2 vegetation that I've taken you to? That was a very long way of putting the question. I'll try again.
Yeah, can I just have that again, sorry?
Yeah, no, of
You
course,
need to
sorry.
speak slower.
I beg your pardon?
You need to speak more slowly.
Yes, thank you, Your Honour, I will do that. So is it the case that Essential Energy's approach to complying with the Tier 2 definition, with complying with the obligations under the regulation, was to ensure that people performing inspection work were aware of what Tier 2 vegetation was and that they were looking for it?
Yes, I'd agree. Yeah.
And the other part of the way that you were going to meet the obligations under the regulation was that you were going to require maintenance so that the Tier 2 vegetation as defined was removed.
Trying to understand the difference, sorry, in your question.
So the first aspect I'm asking you about is inspection to see if Tier 2 vegetation was there. And the second aspect is maintaining the landscape to make sure that it's not there.
So to remediate the identified.
To remediate, that's right.
Yes, correct.
Yes,
Yep.
thank you. Are you aware of a New South Wales government body called IPART?
Sorry, yes, I am.
Yes, thank you. And can you tell Her Honour what that stands for?
Independent Pricing and Regulatory Tribunal.
Yes, and you're aware, aren't you, that IPART has an oversight role over your employer?
As the network safety regulator, yes.
Yes, that's right. And the obligation that IPART was patrolling was the terms of your licence as a network operator?
The obligation, sorry, of IPART.
The reason that IPART has an oversight of you is because you are the holder of a licence as a network operator, is that right?
I don't understand. Sorry, no, don't have knowledge of those obligations at that level. Sorry.
I understand, but you do accept that IPART has an oversight role in relation to your employer?
Yes, I do, yes.
Yes, and you know, don't you, that IPART has a power to make particular enforceable directions?
Yes, I understand that.
So to require your company to do things?
Yes, it's my understanding.
Yes. And you understand that it exercised that power in 2016?
Sorry, in what way?
Well, I suggest to you that in 2016, IPART gave Essential a direction compelling it to amend its safety suite of documents in relation to bushfire risk mitigation.
I'm not familiar with that direction, sorry.
With it? Are you familiar with the 2015 audits that IPART performed?
Yes, I'm aware there were audits undertaken at that time.
Yeah, and are you aware that they were staged audits that finished in October 2017?
That sounds about the right timing, but I wouldn't be 100%.
And are you aware that the audits that I'm speaking of were in relation to bushfire risk mitigation?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Thank you. And are you aware that in October 2018, IPART found that Essential Energy was materially non-compliant with regulatory requirements to implement its safety management system to manage bushfire risk?
Not specifically what was non-compliant, sorry.
Well, are you aware that IPART took the view in October 2018 that Essential had failed to complete the vegetation clearance work that IPART had required of it?
In October 18, did you say?
October 18, yes.
No, I'm not at that time. It doesn't sound the right timing, sorry.
Can you tell us what the right timing might be?
Oh, sorry. No, I don't remember a material being materially non-compliant in October 18.
If IPART had reached that view, would that be known to you in the ordinary course of your duties?
Yes, it would be, yes.
And so, to be clear, are you telling Your Honour that IPART didn't reach the view, or that you simply can't remember whether it did?
I can't remember it reaching a view that we were materially non-compliant.
Thank you. I suggest to you then that in October 2019, IPART expressed the view that Essential had completed several targeted hazard tree inspections and noted that some required treatment, and it had undertaken most of the required hazard tree tasks that it had been required under direction. Are you aware of that?
Again, I'm not familiar with the specifics, but certainly if aware that IPART, we had been reporting to IPART, we had been subject to those audits across a number of years, and had yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry, you go.
No, but without knowing the specific detail and around that timing, it's difficult to be able to respond.
I understand that. So you don't know the detail, but would you agree with me that in around 2018, well, around 2017 to 2018, Essential Energy was experiencing some pretty robust interaction with IPART about the quality of its bushfire management program?
Yes, I agree.
And IPART had some concerns about Tier 2 vegetation hazards?
Yes, there'd certainly been discussions around Tier 2.
And when you say there were discussions, what was the content of those discussions?
Oh, well, I believe, broadly, compliance to ISSC 3, which included Tier 2.
Because your understanding is, tell me if this is right, your understanding is that IPART was taking the view that the Tier 2, the remediations required when Tier 2 vegetation was found were not being complied with by Essential?
There were certainly findings around completion of works within the maximum rectification timeframes.
Yes.
Whether or not that included Tier 2s, possibly, I don't recall specifically. However, there was a implementation plan submitted to IPART to address those concerns.
Yes, and the plan...
Broadly.
Sorry. Yes, thank you. And the plan was submitted in response to some concerns that IPART raised?
Yes, that's right, but that was April in 2018.
But you've agreed with me that there was an audit process going on between 2006 to... I'm sorry, can you still hear me all right?
Yeah, gotcha, yep.
You were agreeing with me that there was an audit process going on between 2015 and 2017 by IPART?
That sounds correct, yes.
Yes, and the subject matter of that audit was Essential's compliance with bushfire management obligations, wasn't it?
That's my understanding, yes.
And is your understanding that one of the matters of concern to IPART was Tier 2 vegetation hazard remediation?
Again, that broadly, compliance with ISSC 3, I don't recall specific concerns raised in relation to, as part of the audit outcomes.
Your Honour, if there's a document that exists, it'll speak for itself and perhaps that could be produced.
Well, I can't do that as I stand here, but the purpose of the questioning was to understand what this witness's understanding was, Your Honour.
All right, well, he's given that answer twice now, that
Yes, he
he
has.
realises that the compliance issues were in relation to ISS C3, which is the entire guide,
Compliance, yes.
the management of vegetation and the vicinity of electricity assets, rather than whether it's specifically related to Tier 2.
Yes, that's right.
He's answered you twice now.
He has. I'm ready to move on.
Thank you.
Mr. Kelleher, do you know who Mark Bennett is?
Sorry, the name again?
Mark Bennett?
My understanding is Mark works for Asplund,
Yes,
or has
that's
worked
right.
for Asplund.
So it's expected that he's going to give evidence before Her Honour. Can I tell you some things that we expect him to say and ask you if you've got any comments about the things he's going to say?
Yes.
So the way I'll
Sure.
do that is I'll give you a summary of what we think Mr. Bennett is going to say, and then I'll ask you to react. So if you just let me read out the whole summary of each point, please. So Mr. Bennett says that there was an increased focus from January 2018 by Essential Energy on the identification and management of hazard trees. What do you say about that?
Yes, agree.
agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Bennett, we expect will say that this follows from an IPART audit that took place between December 2017 and January 2018 that found, in his words, that hazard trees were the #1 risk to Essentials business. How do you react to that?
I'm not aware that it was determined that was the #1 risk to Essentials business.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bennett, we expect will say that following the IPART audit that I've just identified between December 17 and January 18,
Sure.
that Essential Energy conducted its own internal audit in relation to vegetation management. What do you say about that?
I've spent a lot of internal audits. I'm not familiar with the one he's referring to, if that in fact took place at that time.
So sorry, just to be clear, you're not aware whether it took place, or you're not aware whether it took place at that time?
I'm not aware whether the audit he's referring to. I'd have to see the detail.
I understand. Mr. Bennett is going to tell Her Honour we expect that there was a concern that there were cases in which hazard trees were not being identified in pre-list inspections. What do you tell Her Honour about that?
How was that concern raised? Through the IPART audit, do you mean, or the internal?
Mr. Bennett says that that's raised in the internal audit.
Right. Well, I'm not familiar with
Not
that
familiar, thank you.
audit having been taken place.
Yes, that's fine, thank you. And Mr. Bennett says that there were cases where hazard trees had been identified, but that then no action was taken for 6 months. Are you able to assist Her Honour with that?
Obviously not familiar with specifics he's talking about, but it could well be the case that hazard trees are not remediated for 6 months. That's consistent with the veg management requirements.
So that's right, but were you aware that that was a concern that was being expressed?
No, not as he's related to you. No, not familiar with what he's talking about.
Fine, thank you. And Mr. Bennett, it's expected, will also say that it was known that there were cases in which hazard trees had been reported, but on further investigation, it turned out that they weren't hazard trees. Are you aware of that concern?
Again, not specifically, but it does sound like our process, yes, whereby those trees are reported and they may or may not be, verified to be treated.
Yes.
Or as requiring treatment.
Okay, thank you very much. Sir, are you aware that your solicitors have prepared a document called the Essential Energy Common Exhibit? Or better question, do you have a copy of it with you?
I don't have I have an electronic copy. I don't have a printed copy with me.
All right.
Which...
No, that's okay. Is he on his laptop?
I can get it up if you want.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, perhaps if you just open it, if you got it as a single PDF. Yeah, this is 71C in your honours brief. About to go to 2361.200.
Point, which one point? 2361 point.
I didn't know Your Honour could hear me. 2361.200.
Sorry, I'm not having much luck finding it.
That's all right. Have you got the document there at all?
I've saved it somewhere, but unfortunately, I didn't have it open, and
I know that
I'm
feeling.
struggling now with a bit of pressure to try and find it.
No, that's all right. Take your time. Oh, yeah, I've got that. But I was concerned that you hadn't opened the document at all.
No, sorry, when he does get it open.
Yeah, no, yeah, I've got it. That's great. Done.
Sorry.
That's all right.
And it's titled Common Exhibit. Sorry, is it?
Are you looking at the brief of evidence or your own document? Because we can assist you where it will be in if it's the brief of evidence.
Not quite. I believed it had been sent to me as a PDF document. I can't find either the sender now or where I've saved it, to be honest.
Well, your lawyers have just suggested that we could put the page on the screen, but I don't know if you'll be able to read that. Could you perhaps just turn back to us away from your laptop and have a look at what's being shown to you on the screen now?
I am, yep.
Yeah, thank you. Now, this is a document which is your employer's financial year 18 report, annual report, and it's a page inside which is page 172. Do you see that?
I can see the page, yes.
Yeah, thank you. And if I could just ask Mr. Martin, I'm about to go to the paragraph underneath vegetation management. Could you just, it's the second column on the page, just underneath the picture. Could you zoom in on that? So you see there, sir, that the report says vegetation management is key to the safety of our network and as such makes up a significant portion of our operational expenditure. In financial year ended 18, the direct operating expenditure for vegetation management was $101 million. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
And then if I could ask Mr. Martin to show you page 145. you see there, under the heading Financial Performance, an indication that Essential Energy's earnings before interest, tax, depreciation and amortisation for financial year 18 are $693.6 million. Is that correct?
That appears to be what's on the page, yep.
Thank you. Now, you discussed with Mr. Castleton before some expenses that you said might flow out of adopting the suggestions that Mr. Lodge has made in his report. You're familiar with Mr. Lodge's report, are you, generally?
Yes, yep.
And you've indicated in your second statement that the biennial Tier 2 defect risk assessment Mr. Lodge suggests, you've indicated that the additional expense would be $2.5 million because you'll need extra staff if you're to adopt that suggestion.
That was my estimate, yes.
Yes, and you also tell Her Honour that it would take $1,400 a tree on average to remove Tier 2 hazard trees.
Yeah.
And that there would be an additional training and assessment cost, but you haven't had an opportunity to cost that.
That's right.
So those figures are hovering around $2.5 to $3 million. Would you agree with me that they're fairly modest when one sees that the earnings in financial year 18 are $693.69 million?
In comparison, yeah, I'd agree that's modest, yep.
Yes, thank you. Can I take you now to the regulatory proposal, and I might do this on the screen as well, so if you could just bear with us. If I could ask Mr. Martin, could he tell me, is it easier to say the PDF numbers at the top of the page or the court book numbers at the bottom? Yep, thank you. Could you please go to page 319 of the Common Exhibit Bundle? Yep, sure, yep, 2361.347. So, sir, can you see that it's got the heading Vegetation Management Expenditure Profile?
I can see the page, yes.
Yep, thank you. And I won't ask Mr. Martin to move again, but this document is your OPEX submission, is it?
Your what submission?
Operating expenditure submission?
As part of the regulatory process?
Yes.
I couldn't say for sure. Yep. It appears to relate to Veg Management Expenditure Profile.
Well, if Mr. Martin could scroll up to point 332. So this is the title page to the document that I've just been taking you to that your solicitors have supplied, Her Honour. Operating expenditure, improving efficiency. This is, as you see at the bottom, 2019 to 24 regulatory proposal. So you'd have to accept, I think, that this is Essential's regulatory proposal for that period.
Appears to be, yes.
Yes, thank you. And if I could ask Mr Martin to take you back down to 347. So you see there that the vegetation management expenditure profile, looking to the far right column, your total OPEX, which is operational expenditure spend, is 49.6%.
Of what number, sorry?
This is the first row, the first substantive row in the table. So you've got your cyclic programs, your internal costs, reactive programs, and total proposed, well, I'll interpolate, total proposed vegetation management spend is going to be 49.6% of your operational expenditure that you put to the regulator.
Okay, yeah, that sounds about right, yep.
Yeah, but can you see that where Mr Martin's hovering the little hand?
Oh, I can see the cursor, but the numbers are still a bit small.
All right, well, take it from me, 49.6%. Does that sound about right?
Yep, sounds about right.
And in the row below, you've got average spend for the year on vegetation management. And in the 2014 to 19 regulatory period, the figure is 95.84 million. Does that sound about right, even if you can't see it?
Yeah, it sounds about right, yep.
And the
That's a per annual spend.
that's right, for that period, 19 to 24.
But each year that's...
For each year, yes, that's right. Sorry, that is the annual spend for 2014 to 2019 is 95.84.
Which I read as each year, on an average basis, each year they're spending 95.84 million.
That's right. That's the average figure for the year. Is that right, Mr. Kelleher?
That does sound about right, yes.
Yes. And so that's what you have been spending on an annual basis in the period 2014 to 19. And in the 2019 to 24 regulatory period, you indicate to the regulator that you propose to spend 107.95 annually. Is that right?
Again, that sounds about right, yep.
Yes. Well, you can take it from me that that's the figure on the page, and you've indicated to Her Honour that
Okay.
that sounds about right.
Yep.
Yes, thank you. So you'd agree with me that there's not a huge upswing in the amount that you'd be seeking to spend between the two regulatory periods that this document deals with?
I'd agree with that, yep.
Yes, thank you. And you would put any significant vegetation management programs into the operational expenditure or OPEX proposal that you would put to the regulator, would you?
Yes, that's my understanding, that's correct.
And can Her Honour infer from the figures that there was no particular large vegetation management project contemplated when those figures are put to the regulator with such a small increase sought?
Sorry, can I have the question again? No significant project? You mean separate project?
If Essential had a major vegetation management project in mind, one would see the projected cost of that reflected in the operational expenditure proposal put to the regulator, wouldn't one?
Oh, that depends, I guess, on the project.
But you would expect that a project would cost money, it'd be operational expenditure, and one would find it in the operational expenditure proposal to the regulator.
If the project were budgeted in the same area.
But it would be budgeted for the purposes of the application to the regulator, wouldn't it?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know what project we are referring to.
Well, I'm referring to a hypothetical project, but if there were such a project, you would see it in the operational expenditure projection. Is that correct?
Well, Your Honour, I object. It's not fair to put to a witness a sum of money, namely 107 odd million, and suggest that one would expect to see in that figure, because that's all the witness is being taken to, a particular project. It's just not a fair proposition to put to the witness.
Well, let me.
If the proposition is that some particular scheme was going to add to the cost, that he could put that as a proposition, but to take him to a single figure and and suggest that we should be able to read into it a project is not fair.
Well, that wasn't the suggestion. Let me put it again. Is there a major vegetation management project projected for regulatory period 2019 to 24?
There's a program of transformation that includes vegetation management, yes.
All right, and is there a document that relates to that project?
There would be, yes.
Do you know what that document's called?
There are many documents. I mean, it depends on which component. The program is an end-to-end, so it has a number of aspects to it. Again, and this is not something I am accountable for. I don't have responsibility for the program.
You're not accountable for it. I understand. All right, well, I want to take you back to what you were discussing with Mr. Castleton a little bit earlier this afternoon, scopers qualifications. Do you recall that you dealt with this topic in your second statement?
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
Around paragraph 55, I think.
Yes.
Yep. Have you got paragraph 55 in front of you, sir?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Yeah. And so you see that you set out there the authorisation requirements required of a scoper presently?
Yes.
And I think you were asked before the module that ends in 2.4 capital A, which is L in your Roman list at the bottom of paragraph 55. That is,
Yes.
that's the assessment module, is it?
That's the unit of competency, yes.
Yes. Now, you have given evidence, I think, have you, that from early 2018, Essential has started to look into improving the training that it requires its scopers to have. Is that correct?
Yep, that'd be right. Yep, around that time.
And you've indicated that Essential has taken an interest in some steps that Endeavour Energy is taking in this regard?
Yes, correct.
And you say that Endeavour Energy has been taking those steps since early 2018, is that right?
I'm not familiar with exactly when they started taking those steps, but around about then.
And I withdraw that. I've actually made a mistake there. You say, can I ask you to have a look at paragraph 57?
Mid-2017,
Yeah,
right.
so
Yep.
are you aware that that Endeavour, well, does that sound right to you now you read it again, that Endeavour Energy started looking into this issue in mid-2017?
That sounds right, correct.
And then you indicate in the following paragraph that from early 2018, Essential has started taking its own steps.
Yes, that's right.
And is it fair to say that you're following the lead of Endeavour there, because you've engaged, I think you told my friend, NSpec, the same training company?
No, NSpec, the training company that Ausgrid are using, sorry. That's more recent.
In that case, I've misunderstood. You say you've engaged a third-party training company. Can you tell us what the name of that company is?
In regard to the Endeavour piece, that was the registered training organisation that helped or worked with them to develop that package.
Sorry, so Endeavour worked with InSpec. Is that what you're saying?
No, sorry, Your Honour. Endeavour's work was done, I believe, with safety training.
Sorry, that cut out then. Can you repeat that, please?
Sorry, Your Honour. My understanding is Endeavour's work was undertaken with the training organisation Power Safety Training.
And so Ausgrid had gone with InSpec, and now Essential has gone with InSpec.
Well, in more recent times, yes, that's correct, Your Honour.
When you say more recent times, do you know when?
Just this calendar year, 2020.
Yeah, that happens. So you indicate to Her Honour that from early 2018, Essential started taking steps to engage a third-party provider.
Yes, yep,
Thank you.
that was power safety training, yep.
And you are still, as I understand your evidence, in the process of taking those steps. They haven't been. The process is not completed.
No, sorry, that's a separate piece. So the next stage is the piece with NSPEC.
Sorry, I'm not quite sure I understand what you mean by piece.
No, they are separate pieces. So it's not an ongoing or continual. The initial piece of work that Endeavour, on the back of Endeavour's work that we conducted with power safety training, was completed.
And
The more recent discussions with NSPEC are ongoing.
And what's the content of the discussions with NSPEC at the moment?
So again, targeting uplifting capability in that, particularly in hazard tree identification.
So am I right that your discussions with NSPEC that are currently ongoing are to develop training content that better covers the same topics that you mention in L of paragraph 55 of your statement?
Well, I mean, that's a recognised unit of competency.
Yes.
So what we're doing in spec is outside of the qualification framework.
I understand that it's outside of the qualification framework, but L speaks of assessing vegetation and control and recommending control measures. Broadly speaking, those are the topics that you're developing content with NSPEC in relation to, are they?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And you are still working with NSPEC?
Yes, that's right. That's in progress, yep.
And you said before that, in discussion with Mr. Castleton that there was some impetus put into that project by the bushfire season just past, so over 2019-20?
Yes, correct.
So that training program is not a result of the fire that Her Honour's considering?
No, that's not, no.
And it's, as you speak to me today, it's still not completed, that content?
That's correct, yes.
Yes. Would you excuse me a moment? Thank you very much for attending to my questions, Mr. Kelleher. Please the court.
Thank you, Mrs. Moe.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Cheney, do you want to have a break before, will you be very long?
I won't be very long. I wasn't sure if it would be more convenient for the witness if I got through it now, or for Your Honour now, or
I'm in your hands, really.
And the parties?
It won't be very long.
I've only got 3 or 4 things to raise in re-examination, if I may.
It'd be better for his time.
So you were asked some. Can you see me, Mr. Kelleher? It's Richard Cheney here.
Oh, thank you, yes.
You were asked some questions about the extent of Essentials network, and you said that it was involved about 200,000 kilometres of line. Do you recall?
Yes, I do. Yep, that's right.
And I think you said it covered about 95% of the New South Wales land area. Is that right?
That's our, yes, customer footprint, correct.
Have you depicted the extent of the Essential network in your second statement on page 7 of it, about which is 2361.7 in the bundle?
In the map, that's shown, yes.
Yes.
Correct.
So anything coloured other than grey, is it right to think that that's the extent of the network coverage?
Sorry, I've printed a black.
All right.
Yes, grey, but grey being in the general vicinity of from Newcastle to Wollongong. Correct.
And so you gave some evidence about you understanding a particular training module offered by Essential as by the term training and authorisations matrix. Do you recall speaking of that?
Yes. Yes.
Do we see that in its documentary form in tab 70? We'll just get this up on the screen for you, sir.
Thank you.
Tab 70, page 2163, is that possible? So can you see that?
I can see the page, yes, yep. And the table, correct, or the matrix.
Does that document reflect what you earlier referred to as the training and authorisations matrix, or at least a part of it?
Yes, yes, it does.
And you were asked some questions about your evidence regarding some of the recommendations made by Mr. Lodge and the implications of it for Essentials' annual expenditure. And I think it was put to you that the extra expense that you projected would be involved in removing all Tier 2 hazard trees when expressed as a proportion of revenue was not a large impost. Do you recall being asked
Yes,
questions
yeah,
to that
that's
effect?
recall.
And I think for that purpose you were taken to the annual report at page 2361.173 in the bundle. Do you recall being asked some questions about the 2017-2018 annual report?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is it possible to get that page back on the screen, 2361.173? You might recall, so while that's coming up on the screen, that it was part of the report was read to you to the effect that Essential Energy's earnings before interest, tax, depreciation and amortisation for financial year ended 2018 was $693.6 million.
That sounds right, yes.
But in that financial year, Essential Energy reported a net loss after tax of $11.6 million, did it not?
Yep, if that's that's in the report, I couldn't be 100% sure.
Well, if the annual report reported that Essential Energy returned a net loss after tax of $11.6 million compared to a $50 million profit after tax the previous financial year, that matter might bear upon the implications of a recommendation regarding Tier 2 hazard trees being removed in their entirety, I gather.
And I'd suggest to any additional cost.
Yes. And of course, before one could assess with any confidence the implications of any such proposal, that is the removal of all hazard trees, one would have to have a feel for how many hazard trees are likely to be caught by that policy, correct?
Yeah, that would certainly assist, yes.
And that's not something that you're able to assist the court on today?
No, only those that are known to us.
That's all the re-examination.
There's just one question. Are you aware of whether there is regulatory boundaries or that limit the extent to which an electrical easement can cut back the bush? Like, is there a limit as how wide your easement's allowed to be cleared of vegetation?
Yeah, there are, Your Honour. Generally, and broadly, environmental considerations. And when you talk about easements, that's I sort of understand that to be more legal easements, for which there are different terms.
Right. I'm just talking about where power lines are underneath that we're referring
corridors.
to as an
Yeah,
easement.
Yes, certainly are limitations to the widths we can clear.
All right, and is that limitation imposed in relation to all spans, or does it depend on where it is?
Yeah, there'd be different limitations depending on where the spans result, the land use, I guess, whether it were a national park, for example, or other land.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Mr. Kiston?
No, nothing.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kelleher, for your attendance and evidence today. You're now excused, and we will adjourn till 2:10, please.
Thank you.
Your Honour, I call Ian Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Fitzpatrick, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm the evidence that you shall give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Would you please state your full name?
Ian Robert Fitzpatrick,
And what is your present occupation?
Network Risk Manager within the Maintenance and Engineering team of the Asset Management Group.
With Essential Energy.
Correct.
And Mr. Fitzpatrick, you've provided 4 statements in relation to this inquiry, have you not?
That's correct.
Do you have each of those statements with you today?
I do.
Can I take you to your first statement? Your Honour, is found in Volume 5, tab 69, page 2073. I understand that there are some matters of correction that you'd like me to address with you.
Yes, on the first page, paragraph 2, it reads, I am the Manager of Network Risk Strategies and Policy Formation. I've crossed out the and policy formation of and changed that to which includes preparation of policy documents for the asset management team.
So paragraph 3, Your Honour, second line should read, after the words network risk strategies, that should, the words and policy formation of should be struck out and replaced with which includes the preparation of policy documents for the asset management team. I have the written corrections, Your Honour, and it may be that I'll read those to speed things up. Mr. Fitzpatrick, is the next correction within the same paragraph, 4 lines from the bottom, the words and policy formation
Struck out.
struck out? And
Yes, that's correct.
And Your Honour, that should read the sentence commencing, I have held my current position as the Manager of Network Risk Strategies in asset management. The next correction, Mr. Fitzpatrick, is over the page, which is page 2 of your statement, dealing with the first dot point, which is phase-to-phase fault.
The other is struck out and that's replaced with another example of a type of face-to-face fault.
Yes, just trying to locate it. Unfortunately, the version you've given me is not synced with the statement, so I've got to locate it. Your Honour, the sentence that concludes, if Your Honour goes down the side, Your Honour will see insulates one phase from the other phase.
Which paragraph is this?
It's the first dot point.
Of the fourth paragraph.
Page 2 of the statement, first dot point. When Your Honour moves down the left-hand column, Your Honour will come to the word insulates one phase from the other phase, full stop, and then delete the other, and that should be
Phase to phase.
it should be it should be another example of a type
Another example
of a type.
Face-to-face fault is a conductor clash.
That's so. And then, Mr. Fitzpatrick, the third dot point dealing with sensitive earth fault, the sentence commencing, Your Honour, which is the third sentence, this could be
Dust.
be from dust on the insulator, sensitive earth fault protection equipment is possible on certain lines. Is possible. And then turning to page...
Sorry, just in that paragraph. Oh no, that's correct.
Turning to page 3 of the statement, paragraph 8, first sentence, the electronic recloser is more advanced and you can communicate with it remotely and interrogate its, it should be event, not invent. And then the sentence commencing, which is the third sentence, these reclosers can be programmed without going to where the actual recloser is located. One of the advantages for the electronic recloser during a total should be fire ban is that you can change the auto reclose settings. So adding the words or the word auto reclose. And just at the end of that paragraph, Your Honour will see recloser capital R. In front of the capital R, it should be 15-R, which is the relevant recloser to which.
So it should read hydraulic recloser.
15-R. Paragraph 10. And Mr Fitzpatrick, if I say anything that's incorrect, please let me know. Paragraph 10, page 4.
Sorry, just go to paragraph 9. The last sentence, it says a electronic recloser. I changed that to an
Thank you.
electronic recloser.
10 should read, generally speaking, delete the word the, so it reads, generally speaking, rural reclosers, strike out which would be, replacing that with such as.
Thank you.
Paragraph 12, last sentence, at the time the recloser tripped it was showing 15 amps in neutral. Strike out could mean, replace that with indicates. Paragraph 13, first line, in the table labelled figure 4 titled recloser 15R11972, add the word event log, capital E, capital L, event log, comma. Turning the page to page 14, to paragraph 14, page 5, first line after the words recloser 15R11972, add the words event log, capital E, capital L. Do the same in paragraph 15, first line, again after recloser 15R11972, event log. In that same paragraph, paragraph 15, third sentence commencing, this may indicate the mechanical opening of the strikeout advice, replaced with device, opening of the device. Moving down to the end of the next sentence, which currently reads neutral phase, which meant that the current was leaking. Strike out leaking, replace with flowing to earth. Full stop. Next sentence should read the table, strike out on should be in. Next, figure 4 shows a strikeout of that.
Sorry, shows.
Strike out that. And then after 5.1 at the end of that sentence, replace that with little k capital V, which is 1000 volts.
Sorry. So
No, sorry, that should read 5.1, add the small k, a capital V, so it's 5.1 kV.
KV.
V for Victor.
Yeah. Yes, Your Honour.
And then the last sentence commences, I have attached the annexure to the Reedy Swamp Road strikeout fire 18 March 2018, replaced with event report, capital E, capital R. Pages should be 3 and 4, comma, and then add the following. However, the map, open brackets, capital F, figure, number 2, close brackets, on page 4 has no relevance to my statement, and the relevant map showing the lines from recloser 15.
Just a moment. And the relevant map from the lines.
Relevant map showing the lines from recloser
Yes.
15 hyphen R11972 is provided in my subsequent second statement dated 12 June 2018, open bracket, paragraph numbered 8, comma, paginated page 2082, close bracket. Does that conclude the corrections, Mr Fitzpatrick, to your first statement?
Yes, that's correct, and I apologise for the number in that. That was rushed at the time, that statement.
Sorry, before we go to the second statement, can you just skip to the first change? I didn't pick it up.
Pardon, I missed that, Your Honour.
Can you go to the first change in paragraph 3?
I'll read the first sentence in paragraph 3 should read, I am currently employed by Essential Energy for the past 22 years. I am the manager of network risk strategies. And then it should then read, which includes the preparation of policy documents for the asset management team, full stop. So 4 words were struck out of that sentence, being and policy formation of.
Thank you. Yes. And statement 2?
Yes. Statement number 2, Mr Fitzpatrick, is dated 12 June 2018, correct?
That's correct.
And there are some minor matters you wish to correct in relation to that?
A different volume?
Yes, if you go
It's in
to
volume, the next volume, Your Honour, in volume number 6, tab 70, page 2080 of Exhibit 1. And the first correction, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr Patrick, commences on page 5 of that statement.
in paragraph 15.
Paragraph 15, Your Honour, the second last line, moving left to right, no indication of any, delete or and add of, no indication by any of our staff or records. Next correction, paragraph 18, first sentence should read, in a sensitive earth fault, regardless of, add the words TOBAN in capitals, which is short for total fire ban. Settings, there are no auto reclose attempts. Insert the following reclose attempts by default within capital S, capital E, capital F, sensitive earth fault. Settings.
Sorry, is this a new sentence or just...
Just after the word attempt, so it's just adding to the end of that first sentence. Reclose attempts by default within SEF settings. And then second sentence, same paragraph 18, meaning that after the recloser detects a, and then add SEF, detects a SEF fault. Minor correction, paragraph 25. Second line down, commences sensitive earth fault, add the words with variances, then delete in amps where. So it should be with variance between 3 amps and 18 amps, delete were experienced.
Yes.
And then paragraph 27, page 7. A second sentence should now read, in lower risk times, the recloser on a normal, delete shot, change that to reclose setting. That's the end of that correction. Next correction, paragraph 30, first dot point. At the end of the first line, the last word, the, should be to, so that should read conducted to the ground or to break the conductor. Over the page, page 8, second last dot point at the top of the page, last line commences incidents, delete by...
I'm not with you. Page 208.
Sorry, page 8 of the statement, Your Honour, which is 2087.
Yes.
Second last dot point, last line commences incidents, delete by farmers.
Not with you, sorry.
So
I'm on page 8, the top.
second bullet point,
Yes.
the word third line down, incidents.
Yes.
Should be incidents on farms. Does that conclude the corrections, Mr Fitzpatrick?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, there are two other statements that you've prepared. The third statement is found in volume 6, Your Honour, tab 70B, dated 19 July 2020. Are there any matters of correction within that statement, Mr Fitzpatrick?
No?
Thank you. And finally, Your Honour, there's a third statement headed Supplementary Statement of Ian Fitzpatrick. It's dated 3 August 2020. Do you have that statement with you, Mr Fitzpatrick?
Yes, I think you said the third, it's the fourth statement.
Sorry, the fourth statement, and it's 2 pages in length, running to 3 pages in length in terms of the statement with an annexure, running to 8 paragraphs. That's so?
Yes.
Your Honour, I'll tender that statement. It could either be marked as a separate exhibit or it can be added to volume 18 and be behind the next tab.
Oh, I think, why don't you just make that into a can we make that tab 70C, volume 6, tab 70C, or is that too difficult? Look, I think we'll leave it. We'll just make it the next exhibit. What's the next exhibit number?
Questions whether to...
Exhibit 15.
All right, exhibit. Thank you, Your Honour. Mr Fitzpatrick, how long have you been the manager of the present role that you now hold, which is the managerial role in relation to network risk strategies?
About 10 years. It was 8 years at the time of the incident that I had in my statement, but it's now about 10 years.
And what... withdraw that. Do you have any electrical engineering qualifications?
Yes, so I have a electrical engineering diploma from Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology, an electrical certificate of technology from Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology, business management certificate from Charles Sturt University, and various other short courses related to the industry and my work, including those completed recently last year in Monash University, a specific course in powerline bushfire safety.
And in terms of your electrical qualifications, are you a member of any professional association or organisation?
Yes, I'm a member of Engineers Australia as an associate.
And when did you complete the diploma in relation to the electrical engineering aspect?
Gosh, it was back in the 80s. I've been in the industry for some 35 years, both in Victoria and New South Wales. It would have been in the 80s.
And before
early 90s, something like that.
Before you were appointed as the Manager of Network Risk Strategies, what other roles did you hold within either Essential Energy or with other network service providers?
I've held roles such as regional asset manager. I was a regional asset manager for a third of a former authority. I've held risk management roles, including attention to public safety and wildfire risk. I've had operational roles looking after the day-to-day management of depots in the various areas, including design investigation work for customers, applying for extensions and new connections. I've held customer relations roles, maintenance and standards roles, and roles in network performance and business analytics associated with that.
Thank you. Now, I just want to turn now to the topic of protection systems, network protection systems, and specifically the role a recloser plays. Can you just, doing the best you can in layperson's terms, describe what a network protection system is and why network service providers such as Essential Energy have such systems?
Sure, I'll say at the outset I'm not a protection engineer, but what I will say, my general experience in the industry, that the protection systems within an electrical system are one of the fundamental underpinning important systems that we have. It goes to reliability of the network for customers, and it goes to safety of the network.
Thank you. And how do they work in general terms?
In general terms, they're there to ensure the system's stable and it operates as it should. It assists with ensuring that faults on a network are managed appropriately, so they're identified, they're dealt with in a way that prevents massive damage to the infrastructure, because the more damage a fault may do to the infrastructure, the longer the power is going to be off for people, and the more people may be exposed to that fault. So that's one of its primary purposes, is to reduce that impact on the network so that we can reduce ultimately the impact on customers.
Yes.
It plays a role in also segmenting faults so that we can actually find them more readily on the network.
And what is the purpose of a recloser within the protection system?
So the recloser is just one of those devices in the whole of the protection system that sits in a particular part of the line, and it provides, if you like, some local protection of those segments downstream of where the device is located. There's always a certain amount of overlap within protection systems, so you're never relying just on one device to see faults, because that device, should it not work, leaves the system exposed. So there'll always be overlapping protection schemes within the protection system. So I might have a recloser sitting on a line that's able to protect to some degree that segment of a line, but there'll be upstream devices that are also looking beyond their reach and within the reach of that device as well, and picking up potential problems as well. And these things have to be graded so that they perform as they're designed to do. So you want the device nearest to the fault to operate and not the upstream devices. So you'll have differences in the protection settings to accommodate that. And it's usually in the timing of the curves where it's seeing faults and responding.
I'll come to the timing and the settings shortly. But in terms of the detection of faults, there are three types of faults that can be detected within the protection system, is there not?
Yeah, look, the protection engineers might say there's five, but there's three general types of fault that we experience, and you know, in layman's terms, we talk to in the electricity industry. That's those phase-to-phase faults, so they don't interact with the earth at all, but there's one conductor that operates at a different phase to another conductor.
Sorry to cut you off, the phase-to-phase type fault occurs when there's, for example, a bird strike or a blow-in?
Yeah, so anything that might cause the lines to clash could be seen as a phase-to-phase fault.
And then are the other two main types of fault a phase-to-earth fault?
That's correct, and another version of that is the sensitive earth fault. So a normal phase-to-earth fault is when you've got a fault on one conductor to earth, where you've got a very solid flow of energy, so you've got a low impedance earth path, and it usually results in relatively higher amps flowing. And the faults that have high amps flowing are much easier to manage and detect than the lower fault currents, and that's where the sensitive earth fault protection comes into play.
And for a sensitive earth fault, the ampage is at a much lower level, is it not?
Yes, very much lower.
And can we just dealing with sensitive earth fault, How are the settings to which you referred a moment ago set? Now, there are a number of settings, are there not? Firstly, who determines the threshold amp level that will then perhaps trip the system?
So that's set by protection guidelines or standards within the business, and that's the realm of our protection engineers.
And for a sensitive earth fault, are the parameters set between 4 and 10 amps, to your understanding, or not?
It can vary. It can vary, but in the particular case of Reedy Swamp, I think it was set at 6 amps as per my statement. Yes. And they're normally set in those lower ranges because they're trying to pick up these faults, but they've got to, it depends on the feeder segment and how much load and how much imbalance and a few other things that are going on with the feeder on where they can set it without it nuisance tripping.
And are those settings configured remotely?
No, so they're normally done at the device. So our protection maintenance people will typically have a laptop computer with the relevant software and curves and things on it, and they'll actually need to plug into the umbilical lead the controller of the unit. So a recloser has 3 components, if you like. It has a box that is basically the switching device. It also has a controller, and that's kind of the brains of the thing. It's the way it talks to the device and talks to our operations desk. It has all the settings within the controller, to my understanding. And then we have SCADA equipment plugged, that's a third element, plugged into that controller so that we can bring those signals and bring that information back to our operations room, or we can send signals to the device to switch on or switch off or some various things. Now, my understanding is they don't bring every bit of information back from the device because they'd be swamped with information because these things are pulsing in milliseconds at times. So they set up a core set of information that they want to be able to come back from the device and talk to the device. Now, normally protection settings, so the actual time curves and the actual amps that they set them at are done in the field, is my understanding, and they'll plug it in. And one of the reasons they do that, we can talk to and we can set some of these things remotely. The problem with that is it becomes an untested scenario. So we don't want to assume that the device will just work as it's being programmed. It needs to actually be tested. So the guys, when they program the device in the field, will actually run some circuit tests, some, if you like, phantom faults on it to see if it opens and closes as it is expected before they connect it back into the main line to do its duty. So they're confident that it's going to work within the parameters they've set. The reason for that is these devices have been progressively put in the system over a long number of years, and there's various models with various levels of firmware and hardware, and sometimes the firmware may need to be upgraded if it's upgradable before they actually apply the new settings. So they need to make sure all that's working properly.
Thank you. Now, in terms of the conductor lines or the power lines that were running in what's been termed the Reedy Swamp easement, you're aware of the easement, are you not?
Yes.
Can you just briefly explain to Her Honour what your understanding of how the recloser system operated at about 12:19 on the 18th of March 2018?
Sure. So it looks like from the event logs that were provided to me that the device saw a flow of current to Earth at about 12:19 p.m. The current threshold in that device for the sensitive earth protection was set at 6 amps for 6 seconds. So it needs to see greater than 6 amps or greater flowing to Earth, and that needs to be sustained for about 6 seconds. And then it will interpret that as a sensitive earth fault, and it will trip the recloser, so isolate that section of line. And that's pretty much what happened on the day.
Just pausing there, this was a total fire ban day, was it not?
That's correct.
And in terms of the network in and around that easement on that day, was any part of the protection system disabled?
So, yes. So one of the protections we have for total fire ban days is to what we call suppress the auto reclose on these reclosers. I should have mentioned at the outset, they're called a recloser because these devices are designed to reclose after faults to bring supply back on automatically where there's a transient fault, which is, in normal circumstances, 70% of faults or thereabouts, according to the data, are transient faults. So they're momentary, they might be that bird, that branch that's blown clear or fallen through the conductors, and then the line will automatically re-energise. And it'll do that 2 or 3 times at different intervals to determine if the fault's still there. Now, if the fault's still there, it will lock out. Now, on total fire ban days, the risk of starting fires by these reclose attempts has been documented, and we've turned our mind to that and changed our practice of turning, and we've done this for a number of years now, turning the auto reclose function off a recloser on a total fire ban day in that district.
And why do you do that?
Just for that added level of protection, so that if there's a fault there and it's likely on a total fire ban day to be a permanent fault, then the advantage of trying to turn it back on is outweighed, if you like, by the safety implications or the fire risk. So we disable that auto reclose functionality that's normally available on a total fire ban day. That way, the device sees a fault, it will just lock out and it will require attendance by our staff. Now, unfortunately for customers, from a reliability perspective, that reduces reliability, but we've sacrificed that reduction in reliability for the safety benefit.
Now, you mentioned that on this particular day, the setting was set to 6 amps.
That's correct.
Do you know why it was set to that level?
That's as the information that was provided to me by the protection guys that interrogated the device and provided the information. As to why, they'd probably be better talking to that, but my understanding is that's as per the guideline for that type of location, and it's typical within the industry, talking to my colleagues, that they have those kind of settings.
And
in more recent years, we've turned our mind to, because there's later research out now that's come out in recent years that suggests that there might be some advantages in changing those settings, and the industry as a whole has turning its mind to that.
To a lower ampage or a higher ampage?
The amps will stay the same, because if you try to lower it, you're outside of you might be outside of the threshold of the device's the manufacturer's limits, or it might mistake normal load current for fault current. It's normally the time curve they're playing with. It might be an advantage with some of the arc ignition testings as suggesting to try to speed that up to reduce the fire risk. Now, it doesn't eliminate it completely, and we don't know how much benefit it actually does provide. There's just been some testing done in some labs by HRL post the Black Saturday fires, and if you read their report in full, they even acknowledge that they did a worldwide research on arc currents and what role they play in fire ignition, and there was very little to no information available. So they conducted their own testing in Lane Cove in Sydney as part of the Powerline Safety Task Force, and they conducted a number of tests on high amp type faults, and then a smaller number of sample tests on low amp faults.
And the risk to which you're referring, Mr. Fitzpatrick, is that if there's a fallen conductor line on the ground, it'll be live until the recloser system has operated, correct?
That's correct.
And that whilst it's live, there's the possibility of arcing, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And if there's arcing, then there's the possibility that an ignition could be started.
Yes, that's correct.
And in terms of the time curves or the delay to which you've referred, in relation to that section of the network system within the Reedy Swamp easement, was that set on the 18th of March 2018 to about 6 seconds?
Yes, that's correct.
And does that mean that whilst, if you assume, for present purposes, that there's a fallen line on the ground, that there's a period of 6 seconds where there could be arcing until the system operates to reclose that, that will isolate the line?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you know why on this day, as a total fire ban day, why it was set to 6 seconds or not?
Like I said, that would have been the normal protection settings for that kind of situation within our network.
And
Sorry, just going on that point, there are potential arcs occurring for the 6 seconds, but that doesn't necessarily mean every arc is a possible ignition. That same research. Yeah, okay.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying that the potential exists for a period of 6 seconds for ignition, if the conditions are favourable for the ignition of a fire.
Yes.
Now, has Essential Energy looked at that time delay or the time curve to see whether they could reduce the 6 seconds for a sensitive earth fault on a total fire ban day?
Yes, we have.
And have you dealt with that in your fourth statement?
I believe so, yes.
And if you have it handy, it's the supplementary statement dated 3 August. Just if you could set out for us, what has Essential Energy done since the Reedy Swamp fire to look at whether or not it's feasible to reduce the delay for the recloser system to become operative?
Our protection staff did a review of all the settings and the devices, and with the newer models that we have, apparently there's more opportunity in the in the advances in electronics to provide additional group settings. So they've created a setting, as per my statement, paragraph 6, that's set, the group is group 4D setting, and that's now allowing for a 1 second 6 amp rating, if you like, using the 6 amp example, at the end recloser on the line, and then working back from there in half-second increments so that we get that backup protection and the grading that we need to determine where the fault is, back up the line or back up towards the source and the circuit breaker at the zone substation. So it may be now that we have a circuit breaker at a substation with a 5 or 6 amp setting, but the recloser at the furthest end of the line will have a 1 second, and those will have something in between, all the devices in between.
And is that to apply to a sensitive earth fault or just a phase to earth fault, or both?
My understanding is that's for a sensitive earth fault, but you'd have to check with the protection engineers.
Now, when's this, you've dealt with the likely timing of rolling that out. In terms of its implementation, is it likely to be rolled out in those areas that are designated P1, bushfire risk category areas, or not to your knowledge?
We actually did discuss this, and there's what they're going to do is roll it out as part of the maintenance cycle on the reclosers. So as they're going to as the technicians are going to the reclosers to do their general maintenance of that recloser, checking batteries and ensure it's operating correctly and a few other things, they will apply the new settings to those circuit breakers. And once we've got reclosers, once we've got groups of reclosers within feeder segments or maintenance areas, we then have to turn our mind to making decisions about when do you switch it on, because our control room can't be expected to run the network where they're trying to control 5,000 different devices individually on a given day. It's just not possible or not practical. So we have to firstly enable this setting availability in the device, and then determine how we plan to do a progressive switch on of the new settings.
Okay, thank you. Now,
Sorry, there are limitations too with managing outages to customers. So when you're doing, or when you're taking the protection out of service, there's an element of risk on the network while it's out. So they're taking all those into consideration in terms of how best to roll out the plan to change it.
and do I take it there's some balancing exercise to be done in terms of getting it right? Because could you, on windy days, for example, get a lot of tripping and therefore power outages, which could be causing nuisances to businesses and homeowners?
That's correct. This is untested in a real environment. Certainly things have been done in labs and just small numbers of tests. So we'll probably take the trial approach. We'll pick segments that have been, where the settings have been now made available to devices, and we might trial it on some components of the network before we implement it right across the business, which is exactly the approach we took with the suppression of the auto reclose functionality in these devices. We thought it would deliver benefits. We thought the change in reliability to customers would be tolerable, but we weren't sure. If customers were going to complain bitterly about the number of outages, then we might have to reassess. So we trialled it on a smaller section of our network first, learnt from that, and then established that we could roll it out more broadly without too much impact on anybody.
Now, I just want to deal with the topic of bushfire classification. There's the pre-summer bushfire inspection. You understand what that term is?
Yes, PSBI, yep.
And that, as part of that program, maintenance areas are designated either P1 through to P4 in terms of their bushfire risk category, correct?
That's correct.
Now, what, to your understanding, was V Bega 1533 maintenance area, which is the area of we're talking about Reedy Swamp easement. What bushfire category was it in 2016? Do you recall or not?
Yeah, my understanding was that it was P2.
Was it ever given a category P1, Mr. Fitzpatrick, to your understanding or not?
No, not to my knowledge.
Do you understand how that categorisation is designated? And I ask that question for this reason. Historically, around the Bega area, there's been a number of bushfires prior to 2018, correct?
I presume so.
And if you assume it's an area of reasonably high annual rainfall, with those two parameters, do you know why it was given a P2, not a P1 categorisation?
Yeah, it's a relative scale of risk across our network. So we're not saying that it's low risk by any means by designating it a P2. We're just saying relative to other parts of the network, that risk, based on the scientific modelling we've used and experts like Risk Frontiers, Melbourne University and RFS, we take their advice on these things. When we're trying to understand the risk profile on our network, there are elements of our network that are much higher risk than the Bega Valley, and some parts of the Bega Valley are still high risk. You'll see on a map I provided in my statement, there's some P1 maintenance areas just south of Tathra. So this has been modelled by, partly modelled.
Monash University?
Yeah, no, Melbourne University,
Thank you.
using tools called Phoenix Rapid Fire, the same tools that the fire agencies use to light a simulated fire, or during active fires, they will use this software, load the current prevailing weather conditions, and it will indicate where that fire is likely to spread over the course of the next 24, 48 hours, whatever they choose to run it for. So what we did was we used that same modelling tool to simulate fires on our network, light them on our network if you like, through Melbourne University Computer Labs. They modelled where those fires would go under worst case weather conditions and worst case fuel and no suppression efforts and so on. So they were quite conservative because we took the worst case in everything. And they came up with potential house loss values from those fires from points on our network. And we used that plus some more qualitative information as well to come up with a P1 to P4 classification. So it's a combination of consequence, the number of houses that would be lost by fires from that part of the network, as well as some likelihood of that event occurring. So the other component we laid on that was, for example, how often those areas are exposed to total fire ban weather. Now, clearly an area that's got a high loss of homes, consequence, and it's more exposed to more frequent TFBs is going to be considered a much higher risk than something with lower TFB frequency.
And Mr Fitzpatrick, how often are those categorisations revisited? Is it on an annual basis, or is it coming to each bushfire season?
We're reviewing how they're working almost, ongoing throughout the year. So, for example, somebody might say, "Oh, this is coming up as P4, but I believe it's higher risk than that," and we'll go and have a look at it. Or it's coming up in the model as P2, and I think it's lower risk. I had an example sent to me the other day by a gentleman that showed me that the urban development sprawl had spread so far that we were classifying an area P1 when in fact it was mostly urban density because of all the new developments. So clearly we need to revisit the rating on those on an individual basis, on a case-by-case basis. We get the university to run the modelling for us, and we've actually been in discussions with them because this has only been introduced in across New South Wales, across all distributors in the last few years, and we're still trying to get our heads around it. But we've all agreed, both us, Ausgrid and Endeavour, to refresh those models. We're working with Melbourne University to do that, and we've actually asked them to give us pricing to do it on an annual basis for us. So I think the last run was around 218 when they modelled for us, and we're about to go again to refresh the model. You need to be a little careful in that I can refresh the model frequently, but you've then got to try and apply it to a vast network the size of ours and the impact that has on all the routine things that we do. So if I suddenly go changing the maps on a regular basis from P1 to P2 to P3, and we've already set up criteria about maintenance priorities for those areas, you've upset all those plans that the business have made, and the crew resourcing and materials procurement and everything that goes with that. So we need to be a little understanding of the impact we have from a practical purpose in managing these things.
Thank you. Can I ask you to turn to your third statement, tab 70B, to page 2317.17, Your Honour. It's page 16.
Sorry, you said that...
Page 16 of your third statement, Mr Fitzpatrick.
231716.
2317.17. Do you see there at the top of the page a heading, Audit of Asset Inspection Programs?
Yes.
Now that relates to poles and wires, effectively, does it not?
Yeah, that's correct.
And as part of your responsibilities, do you have any oversight in relation to any audit inspection programs in respect of vegetation management?
No.
In relation to an audit of assets within the network, do I understand from paragraph 53 correctly that within Essential Energy, there are people tasked with undertaking audits of Essential Energy's assets, however described.
That's correct.
And
These inspection programs, basically we're asking people to make risk assessments for us, so we try to apply audit regimes over the top of them to make sure that that's being done effectively.
right. And if you were to take the Bega area as an example, are there designated to that area specific auditors, or are they moved from region to region throughout the network?
I'm not sure how they resource these things.
Right. Do you know whether or not it's feasible for a random audit to be conducted in relation to, for example, ground-based visual inspection of hazardous trees or not?
No, all I can say is from a general perspective of understanding, a broad depth of the policies to do with these things, that it's not just ground-based audit we do. So, for example, we use the LiDAR survey scans as an audit as well.
I'm just dealing with ground-based and whether or not you understand from where you sit whether it would be feasible within the organisation to conduct randomly selected audits of ground-based visual inspections in respect of hazardous trees. If you're unable to answer that question, please say so.
Yeah, no, I think you're better off speaking to others involved in those kind of programs.
Yes, thank you for your time, Mr Fitzpatrick.
Mr Fitzpatrick, when you refer at paragraph 54 of your second statement, you refer to an asset inspector being charged with about inspecting 20 assets.
That's an asset inspector auditor, Your Honour, not an inspector himself or herself. So that's from our policy on audit of the asset inspector's work. And that suggests that each asset inspector is audited twice per calendar year, and the audit includes a random sample of at least 20 assets that asset inspector has inspected.
But that, when you're referring to the word asset inspector, you are referring to an asset audit inspector, not the person who does the inspection.
Yeah, so I've used the term on the second line, asset inspectors, so they're the people doing the job. They are audited at least twice per calendar year, and when I go on to speak further, a minimum of 20 assets per inspector. So it's the auditor doing the inspection of 20 assets from that inspector looking after that area. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so the first inspector, how many assets would they inspect per year?
Oh, there'd be thousands.
Right. And so
They're inspecting hundreds of maintenance areas with 200 to 300, 400 poles per maintenance area.
right. That's why I was asking you the question. So, of those hundreds, 20 would be randomly audited.
20 twice a year. So there'll be 40 on each individual asset inspector. And, they use sampling as a statistical method and given that they're random samples to satisfy themselves that they're testing the competency of the inspector.
Yeah. So I should read it as 20 audits per asset inspector each 6 months.
No, it's 2 audits of an asset inspector, or one audit per 6 months, if you like to divide it like that.
But I see, each audit will involve 20.
A minimum of 20, that's right, Your Honour. So there's no good going to one asset he's inspected and checking that and going, okay, he achieved 100%. He might have failed on the next one. So they need to take a random sample of a number of assets that he might have visited in that maintenance pack, and the minimum is 20.
And when you describe 20 assets, if you think of the easement with which we're at Reedy Swamp, how many assets would be part of that easement?
Sorry, Your Honour, when I use the term assets there, I'm talking generally poles.
So it'd be 25.
So they go to 20 randomly selected poles that the asset inspector has inspected
Yep.
and review those in terms of the entirety of his job whilst at the structure, in terms of what he's done to the structure, how he's inspected the structural integrity of it, what things visual inspection of the top of the pole, looking for whether he's missed anything, whether he's applied the policy and the guidelines correctly.
Right, thank you. Mr. Goodman, do you have any questions?
No, thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Newton?
No, Your Honour.
Mr. Baroni?
No, Your Honour.
Ms. Johnston?
No, Your Honour.
Mr. Smythe?
I do, I'm afraid, Your Honour. Good afternoon, Mr Fitzgerald. Can you see me and hear me clearly?
Yes, I can. It's Mr. Fitzpatrick.
I do beg your pardon. There's
That's
actually
okay.
another witness in this case called Fitzgerald, so it's not easy.
Yeah, I get it a lot. It's okay.
Yeah, I apologise. Mr Fitzpatrick, it's true, isn't it, that you've been employed by Essential Energy for about 24 years?
Yeah, that's correct. I think I've actually gone past my 25-year milestone.
Oh, well, congratulations. And your current title is that you are the Manager of Network Risk Strategies and Policy Formation in the Asset Management Team?
No, and that's why I had the corrections earlier on to strike out the and policy formation. That's not actually my job titles, just a hang up from what it has been over the years. We actually now have dedicated risk managers within the asset management group that do that. I'm more looking at oversight of risk associated with bushfires, private lines, those kind of areas.
No, I understood that from the corrections that I heard Mr Castleton go through, but could you just please clarify what actually is your title on your business card now?
It's Network Risk Strategy Manager.
Yes, thank you. So you've still got the network risk part?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And so you'd agree with me that you're a long-standing and now senior executive in the electricity distribution industry?
I'm not a senior executive, but long-standing I'll go with, yep.
It's very modest of you. You're very senior is the point. You've been in the industry for a long time.
Yes, that's right.
And it's clear from the discussion you've already had with Mr Castleton that you've got a good general understanding in terms of the industry generally of the risks posed by transmission and distribution infrastructure.
Yeah, mostly distribution, to be honest. We don't have a lot of transmission assets.
Yep, and you've...
we have sub-transmission assets and distribution.
Yes, and you've got a good general working knowledge in order to perform your duties about risks posed that could result in bushfire ignition?
Yes.
Yes, and you're aware, of course, of the risks that follow from downed conductors?
Yes.
Yes, and you've already mentioned the Victorian Black Saturday event in 2009, so I know that you're familiar with it. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, and you understood, didn't you, that those fires were caused by downed conductors?
So it was caused by, there were a few fires that were associated with electrical assets. There were 6 fires,
Yes.
and one of those was tree related and 5 of those were asset related. Now some of those were pieces of equipment coming off the top of a pole.
Yep.
Due to the strong winds, a pole cap holding a conductor came down, and it might have clashed with the pole on the way down or ended up on the ground.
So you've obviously...
But not all of them ended up in down conductors, is what I'm getting at, on the ground.
No, that's right. Well, you've obviously got an excellent knowledge of what happened in the, what touched off the Kilmore 2009 Black Saturday event. Are you able, do you know, and I'm asking about your own knowledge, do you know what the method of ignition of the Kilmore East fire particularly was?
Yeah, so it's a particularly long span of conductor, almost a 1 kilometre span of conductor that broke.
Yep.
And fell to the ground.
Yes, and what happened next?
Well, there's some conjecture from what I've read as to whether it recoiled and splashed onto the stay wire at the back of the pole, and that caused some arcing that ignited dry grass, or whether it was through micro arcs and other things while it was laying on the ground.
Yes.
They also, I believe, had a recloser on that line that didn't have suppression.
That's right. So you
didn't have auto reclose suppressed.
That's right. So what that meant was, and sorry, I should clarify, you understand, do you, that the auto recloser that you've just been identifying was a hydraulic recloser on the Kilmore East line?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure? Or, well, that's fine, thank you. But do you understand that it was not suppressed, as you just said?
That's my understanding.
And so you're aware of the allegation made in that case that it reclosed 3 times?
I have read that, yes.
Yeah, but that's your understanding?
Yes.
Yes. So in all those circumstances...
Don't hang me on the exact number, as it's been a long time since I read that stuff, but...
I'm not planning on hanging you at all, but you're aware that the allegation in that case was about an inappropriately configured recloser device?
Yeah, I don't know whether it was inappropriate, but certainly the auto reclose hadn't been suppressed.
Yeah, so...
Is my understanding.
Right, well, that's a more precise way of putting it. So it hadn't been suppressed. And so, given all that knowledge that you've just displayed, it'd certainly be front of your own mind that auto reclose settings could potentially influence the outcome of a conductor fault on a high-risk fire day.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And I've asked about the contents of your own mind, but would you also say that that kind of risk would also be well known in the industry?
It's more well known now that we've had the lessons learnt from these events.
Yes, thank you. I want to ask you some questions now about how the ACR that we're discussing in this case works. So you're aware, aren't you, that... Well, let me ask you this. You say in your statement that an automatic circuit recloser is a type of smart switching device. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, I was trying to put it in layman terms from some direct questions from the police so that they could understand what we were talking about.
And the one we're dealing with is called a Noja 15R11972, as far as you know?
That's my understanding, with an RC01 controller. So there are different types of controllers out there in different models, as I mentioned earlier.
Yes, I heard you mention that. Thank you. So would you agree with me that the difference between a simple fuse and an ACR is that when a fuse detects a fault, it simply opens the circuit, and that's its function completed?
Yeah, well, both devices open the circuit, but the difference with a fuse is a fuse doesn't have any elaborate protection sensing, if you like, on it. It's simply an overload, an overcurrent protection device. So once the amps exceed the fuse rating, the fuse will blow,
Yes,
and that will isolate supply.
Yes, I think we're agreed. So the fuse simply, once it trips, in layman's terms, that's game over. Somebody has to attend to it. You agree with that?
Yes.
Whereas the smart aspect of a smart switching device is that it trips, but then it recloses according to its programming.
Yes, so in normal circumstances, when the risks are low, we can get transient faults cleared and supply restored very quickly.
Exactly right.
Customers.
And sorry, did I cut you off?
No.
And as you were discussing with Mr. Castleton, an important reason to have that kind of technology is to ensure continuity of supply to domestic customers, or to the network.
Well, that's one of the functions. The supply reliability is a benefit of them. There's probably more benefits that the protection guys could talk to.
Yes, but are you?
But it's about having that sensitivity available at those sites as well in terms of sensitive protection.
So ACRs serve both safety and network reliability functions, is your evidence?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes, thank you. Can I just clarify the working of an ACR, an electronic ACR, such as the Noja model we're discussing here, is what I'd like to discuss with you. So I'm not concerned with your knowledge of how hydraulic reclosers work. Do you understand that?
Can you keep your voice
Yes.
up? I find it hard to hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honour. I'll bear that in mind. Are you finding it hard to hear me as well, Mr. Fitzpatrick?
Yeah, I was. Yes.
Is that any better for you?
Yes.
Yes,
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Do let me know if you can't hear me properly. So can I suggest to you that broadly, the way that an ACR such as the one we're discussing would work is first that it detects or sees a fault current.
Yes.
And the lingo that you would use is that it's seeing a fault current rather than detecting it. Am I right about that?
No, not necessarily.
But they're
Happy with
interchangeable.
both terms.
But they're
Yeah.
interchangeable, those terms. There's no difference in what they mean.
Oh, from my perspective, others might differ.
All right, but if I say the ACR saw a fault at a particular time, that would mean the same to you as the ACR detected a fault at a particular time.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you mentioned to Mr. Castleton before that there are 3 potential types of fault. Could you remind me what they are?
Oh, we don't need to go over that, we all know what they are.
All right, well, would you agree with me that they're earth fault, sensitive fault, and overcurrent? So, sorry,
Yes,
earth
or
fault,
phase to
sensitive
phase.
earth fault, and overcurrent, yes.
Yep.
And the way that the ACR sees any one of those faults is that the AMP level falls above or below a pre-programmed level, is that right?
That's my understanding, but like I said, I'm not a protection engineer.
Yeah, I understand. And the process...
Protection's a very specialist area. I'm not trying to dodge your question. It's just it's a very specialist area. It's a very complex area, and it's a specialist area of engineering.
I quite understand, thank you. And once the fault is registered, that's called a pickup, as far as you understand?
Yes.
Yes? And once...
Sorry, no, sorry, I'll correct you on that.
Yeah, of course.
It's not when the fault... So the pickup is when the relay starts to see an abnormal event.
Yes,
So like an unusual rise in current as per its settings.
yes.
So the relay will start to time. It will say, I'm seeing something that looks abnormal. And that's what the term pickup means. The relay has picked up that signal that something's abnormal.
So it's picked up that signal and it's started to run its time, its pre-programmed time, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you
Yes.
for that correction, you're perfectly right. So it starts then, clearance time is the time period that we've been discussing.
Sorry, what was the question?
Is the time period that you've just corrected me on, is that called clearance time?
Well, it depends if it may not clear. So the relay might pick up some high current, but the current disappears. So the relay would just reset itself and go back. There's no clearing in that case.
No, that's right, but the block of time I'm talking about, would you agree with me that it could be called a fault curve?
Yes.
And would I be correct to think that a fault curve could also be called clearance time?
I don't know what they call it.
All right, well, that's fine, but we're agreed that it's a fault curve is the amount of time that the line remains energised after the pickup has, after the detector has first seen the over or undercurrent, is that right?
So could you just repeat the question?
Certainly. So you have a fault event, so you've got a blow-in
Yes.
or something of that nature.
Yes.
The ACR sees it in the sense that we've discussed. As soon as it
Yes.
sees it, there's a short period of time that starts to run, which we've agreed is the fault curve. And then when it gets to the end of the fault curve, if it's still seeing the fault, then it opens the circuit. Is that right?
Yeah, it will do what it's programmed to do, and that may be to clear the fault or to open the circuit. That's right.
Yes, thank you. And while it's open, am I right to think that its open time is called dead time?
Yes.
And after a programmed period of dead time, it will endeavour to reclose?
If it hasn't been suppressed and it's got auto reclose function, it will, but they don't set auto reclose on every single device. It depends on the lines and the type of lines and what they're prone to.
Yes.
For example, I'm aware that in some urban or industrial scenarios, they also don't run recloses with the reclose option.
Yes, and that's called, well, what is that called? It's single shot mode, is it?
That's one way of putting it, yes.
What are some other ways of putting it?
Fault to lockout, single shot, one trip.
Yep.
There's probably a range of terminologies people use.
No, you're absolutely right about that. But what all those terms are dealing with is how many times the circuit will try, the ACR will try to close the circuit again after it's open to dead time.
Yeah, so, to some degree. And like I said, the only reason I hesitated before is I've heard people use the term single shot,
Yes.
and that can be interpreted as it will try one shot, but in fact it's not. It's seeing a fault and tripping to off straight away.
So
To me, if you said a single shot, it'd be one reclose attempt, but other people use the term differently,
So
as if it's going to have no reclose attempts.
So a better term is probably automatic lockout, isn't it?
Yeah, to be clearer.
Now, in your experience, no matter how many no matter how many cycles a particular ACR goes through, once it reaches lockout, it then needs to be manually reset and reclosed. Is that right?
No, not necessarily. So with the electronic ones, with the SCADA control, the control room can switch it back on from the control room, but it still requires a manual visit, not to the device, but it needs a visit or a call out by our staff to first locate what caused that to activate as it did. So we need to find the fault first before we start trying to reclose it, and we need to make sure that that fault's been cleared to the rest of the network so the rest of the network can be restored.
Yes, thank you. That's very clear. I appreciate it. Now, on an ACR such as the present, I have had a little bit of trouble understanding the import of your discussion with Mr. Castleton, so I'm sorry if this is repetitive. Am I right to think that all of the programmed values for an ACR, such as the NOJA 15R11972, can be programmed remotely?
No, I couldn't say that. You'd have to talk to one of the engineers, one of the specialists. I know that some of them can be programmed and managed remotely, and some can't.
Yes, so I understood you to say to Mr. Castleton that the level of fault ampage may not be able to be set from a control room in Port Macquarie or Canberra. Is that your understanding?
No, I don't recall saying that.
Oh.
Sorry, maybe.
No, I'll let you finish. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, just the way you phrase the question, I don't recall saying that. So maybe you need to repeat it or say it in different terms.
All right, so is it your understanding, well, let me ask you this, what is your understanding of what values can be programmed remotely from the control room on this particular ACR?
I don't know.
I see. Well, that answers that question.
When you when you know there's a total fire ban, when the ACR becomes automatically suppressed on those days, is that done remotely?
Yes. So we run scripts from the control, what we call scripts. So they're predefined program routines that will go over the SCADA network, contact those devices, suppress that functionality for the time period it's been set. The control room will get a command back to ensure that that has been received and that has been set at that device.
And you've indicated in your statement, sir, that, well, let me go back a step. You understand what a tow ban day is?
Yes.
So I want to ask you some questions about a non-tow ban day, what I'll call a normal day. Am I right to think that your understanding is that a rural ACR like this would be set to either 3 or 4 lockout, 3 or 4 reclose, what we've been calling reclose attempts before lockout?
On a non-tow ban day, that's my understanding. Yeah. I think they're generally more 3 rather than 4, but
3?
It can vary.
Yes, thank you. So, but you're comfortable that it's 3?
Well, I don't have the exact numbers. Like I said, the protection guys might say it varies between 2 and 4, but my understanding generally of most of the ones I've come across is, and the people I speak to, is it's somewhere around that mark, around the 3 mark.
Yes, and the difference in programming that you've just been discussing with Her Honour goes to the lockout setting. So on a tow ban day, talking about a tow ban day now, you would go to, I think I called it single shot, but you told me that was better termed as automatic lockout. So it's 1 try only.
No tries of reclose.
No tries of
just
reclose, yes.
Yeah, just go straight to lockout.
Yeah, so once it sees a fault, once it sees
it, yeah.
Oh, you go.
No, once it sees a fault and it's determined that it is a fault, it will lock out.
Yes, all right. So I think we understand that. It's one...
It will act like a fuse.
Yes, that's a good way of putting it. Thank you. So on a tow ban day, the setup is that it acts like a fuse. On a non-tow ban day, you've told me that there are possibly three attempts.
Correct.
Thank you. So that deals with the number of attempts that are allowed. As I understood your discussion with Mr. Castleton, your understanding is that on a normal day, there is a 6-second fault curve on this ACR?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
And so that's the normal day setting. How does the tow ban day setting differ?
What we're trying to move to is on the tow ban day to have that group 4D setting in these devices to shorten that time so the amps won't change
And that's
in terms of distinguishing enough flow to earth to suggest it might be a fault rather than just normal load or normal imbalance in the system. And they are trying in the Group D4 setting to reduce that time of 6 seconds.
Those settings have come into force since March this year. Is that right?
Well, they're not enforced because we have to wait till the device. So it's come into policy.
Yep.
But the devices aren't capable or ready for it yet. That will happen progressively as we roll out these through the maintenance program of those devices.
I understand that. So on the 18th of March 2018, your understanding is it, that the fault curve on this ACR was set to 6 seconds?
Yes.
And you know...
For SEF. For SEF, yes.
SEF.
It would have had different parameters for overcurrent and other things.
Yeah, sorry, that's a fair point. I'm talking about SEF. And you know, don't you, that 18 March 2018 was the day of the fire that Honour's considering?
Yes.
And you also know that that was a tow ban day, don't you?
Yes.
So am I correct to understand that both on a normal day and on a tow ban day, the setting that was programmed into this ACR was for a 6-second fault curve?
That's correct.
So no difference between the setting on a normal day and a tow ban day?
That's correct in 218.
Yes. Yep. Thank you. Can I ask you to have a look?
Other than the auto reclose.
Yeah, that's right.
Although auto reclose is by default the default setting for SEF faults anyway.
Right.
So under normal days, TFB days for SEF faults, it won't attempt recloses.
That's right, but I've been discussing with you the fault curve. Just to put it to you precisely again, to be fair to you, the fault curve is the same on a normal day as it is on a tow ban day.
Yes.
And the difference between a normal day and a tow ban day in terms of safety setting is that on a tow ban day, you go to what you and I have been calling fuse mode.
Acts like a fuse, just cuts off.
Yes.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is for an SEF fault, it will do that on a normal day as well as a tow ban day. The default, and that's why I amended in my earlier statement, the default, I used the term, the default setting for an SEF fault is that no auto reclose will operate whether it's tow ban or not. So those scripts they send are really about changing the auto reclose attempts for overcurrent type faults and high earth faults. For an SEF fault, because they're much lower ampage and they're more likely to be public safety related or fire safety related, their default setting is not to attempt any recloses under any conditions.
Right. Okay, thank you for that clarification. I'm going to ask you to go to one of your statements now. It's the statement dated 13 April 2018. Do you have that with you?
Sounds like my first statement.
Yes, I think it is.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Would you mind turning to the back of the text of your statement to police and to your to the data that you extract there, recloser 15R11972 operation?
What page are you at?
I'm afraid I don't have your honour's numbering, but it's the first page after the end of Mr. Fitzpatrick's statement.
Thank you.
2078. Thank you.
So it's a header on that page is recloser 15-11972 operation underlined.
Yep.
Yep.
Thank you. So can you confirm that my understanding of this data is correct? The ACR sees a fault at 12/19/38 249, is that right?
That's correct.
and that's labelled pickup.
Yes, so the relays commence the pickup, yep.
Yep. And so we then see 5.999, so for practical purposes, 6 seconds later, at 12:19:44, 2:48, it trips.
Yes,
And then we see from the last sentence in the first written paragraph on that page that the consequence there is that 43 customers on that spur lose supply.
yes,
And do you recall saying in your statement that looking at this data, the protection scheme operated as designed and expected?
yes.
Yes, thank you. You can put that statement away now, sir. Oh, sorry, no, you can't. I was having a Friday afternoon joke with you. Can I ask you to have a look at that second table just below the first part of the page? Can you look in the far column? It's the one that I just asked you about, the pickup line.
Yes,
And in the far right column, you've got A equals sign 6.
yes.
What does that
IO op, comma, A equals 6.
Yes, what does that mean?
The I stands for current, the OP stands for operating.
Yep.
So that's established that the parameter in the device has been set at an operating current of 6 seconds. So it's going to assume anything up to, 6 amps. It's going to
Yes.
suggest anything up to 6 amps, maybe just normal load current
Sorry, could you
or
say that last bit?
So that's just indicating that the setting in the device
Yep.
on that day for SEF was 6 seconds. 6 amps.
6 amps, yes.
That's why I need to talk to the protection guys. I get myself confused about this stuff.
Well, we've got that in common. But to be clear, it's
6 amps.
6 amps, yes.
Yes,
And so that must mean that the sensitive earth fault was set at 6 amps.
correct.
And you've indicated in your second statement that the line load would typically be running at 3 amps on this line.
Yeah, it might vary, but at the time of this particular fault, when they took this event log, it looked like there were 3 amps flowing as normal load.
Yes, thank you. And so Her Honour infers, or she knows from that, that the sensitive earth fault applied on the day must have been to trip at 6 amps.
Anything above 6 amps flowing in the neutral.
Yes, so 6 amps or above.
Yes,
Yes, thank you.
but that's in the neutral, not in the line.
Yes, I understand.
So you can have more than 6 amps in the line as load, and it still won't trip.
Yes, so
It's important to understand that.
it's 6 amps in the neutral. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. All right. Now you really can put that statement to the side.
Do both lines go through the neutral? When you say
No, so that's what's going on at the recloser. So the recloser's back up the line. It's not on the segment in the easement was a 2-wire, what we call a single phase line, with no neutrals. The neutrals are at the substations. So you need a return path for the current through loads for customers. That return current makes its way back to the earth point at the recloser, and the recloser's sensing how much is coming back through the neutrals of those devices in the ground. It gets very complicated, Your Honour.
All right. And as I said, thank you for that helpful explanation. You can put that statement to the side now. To come back to a point that we've discussed before, there is the difference between the setting at this time, so at the time of the fire, on a normal day as against a tow ban day, is that the ACR will act like a fuse.
For particular types of faults, for overcurrent faults.
That's right. So on a non-tow ban day, if as you've said, it's set to have 3 attempts.
For those overcurrent type faults, yes.
Yep,
It won't for an SEF. I just need to keep reiterating that.
Yes, I understand that. So you've indicated that one of the reasons that these safety, one of the reasons that the ACRs exist is to ensure customer supply and continuity of service.
Yes. And stability of the network,
Yes.
like preventing damage to the network.
I suggest to you that the fault curve could and should have been more sensitively configured on a tow ban day.
You're referring to the SEF?
No, I'm referring to the fault curve.
For the SEF fault, type fault?
Yes.
Because there's different fault curves for every different type of fault.
Yeah, so if you could just answer the question about the SEF curve.
Yep. So what was the question?
Could it have been more sensitively configured?
Could it have been?
Yes.
Well, these things were set over a very large network some time ago with what we knew at the time. And there's only been recent research to suggest that we might be able to speed these things up, and they might have a positive benefit in terms of fire risk reduction. You don't go playing with the configuration of your protection settings lightly. They need very careful and considered thought and consultation within the wider industry. And just to highlight an example of that same HRL report that did this testing tested for ground fault neutralisers as well. And that was commissioned, that testing was commissioned for the Victorian distributors and the Victorian Safety Regulator, ESV. They did not choose that path of changing the protection settings. They chose the ground fault neutraliser path, which is called REFCAL, Remote Earth Fault Current Limiting. So they chose an entirely different path from what those tests and what they observed in it. Now that came with its own unique challenges and problems. That they thought that program was going to cost them $141 million and take about 10 years to get it up and running. So since Black Day, they'd had it running by 2020. Well, they're only a bit over halfway through the program, and they spent nearly or north of $600 million on that program because they had to engineer their way out of unexpected problems that they came across as they were trying to implement those changes. So I just demonstrate that as a point that you need to be very careful when you start to try to reconfigure protection settings on a whole wide-scale network.
But you've told Her Honour that you don't know whether these protection settings could be reconfigured manually from Canberra or Port Macquarie. That you don't know about this in relation to this.
It will depend on the individual device and its capability.
But you can't say for sure whether this could have been reconfigured manually or whether a physical attendance would have been required.
No, but what I can say, a policy is not to do it remotely anyway because it would be untested and you don't know whether it's going to actually work because there's a few variations that go on at the site that the system can't know, and that is whether the firmware's been upgraded or not, for example, at the controller. So even if it was possible, the protection people tell me it's not a practice they would adopt because it's fraught with too much uncertainty in terms of whether it will or won't perform its duty as it's been programmed.
Well, if you're dealing with a high bushfire risk area and a tow ban day, doesn't that suggest to you that somebody in your organisation should know the answers to those questions?
Oh, I'm sure there's people that do know the answers to those questions.
And I don't mean this as a criticism or disrespectfully, that person is not you. Are we correct to understand that?
That's correct.
Yes, thank you. Can I ask you about the new settings that you discuss in your fourth statement?
Yes.
Can you tell Her Honour what the effect of the new 1 second setting is? Okay, sorry, I'll put it better. Can you explain to Her Honour what the new 1 second setting is?
So they're going to program the device with a new group of settings for SEF fault that reduce that time interval from 6 seconds to, on the last reclosed device, 1 second, and then in half-second increments upstream of each device. So each device, we won't just roll out 1 second across all devices. It will be the last device on the leg, so you need grading on the system so that you're still isolating the faults, so that you're trying to contain the fault to a segment. Otherwise, we might be out there all day looking for faults and have people off for days rather than hours while we're trying to find faults.
And am I correct to understand that the segment here is the spur?
Yes. So if you want to take Reedy Swamp as an example,
Yes, please.
the last recloser on that segment is R11972 is my understanding.
Yes. And,
Which is pole which?
F. Are you aware that that's called pole F in this proceeding?
No.
No. All right, well, it is. Is my evidence.
That's in dispute.
So you've indicated that the 1 second rule is the result of some discussions that have happened coming out of the catastrophic bushfire season that we experienced over the summer of 2019 to 20.
It's come out of a range of things. So policies have a natural life where they're refreshed and reviewed, and sometimes that results in no change or validation to continue doing what you're doing or to change it because things change in our environments. But so there's a combination of things. There's this discussion about this new testing that's been done to think about what that's telling us about arc fault currents and how they, what role they play in fire ignitions. There's the fact that policies need to be refreshed, and there's the fact that we're trying to learn from the bushfire seasons that we're going through and the events that we go through.
So
That's right.
I understand that, but corporate...
So they've recently published, when I say they, the protection group have recently republished that guideline that I referred to. We now that it's been signed off, have to start to put those things into play, and that may take some years as we get around the network and pre-program these things.
But the corporate decision was taken, I think you've said in your statement, early this year in 2020, March I think it was. Is that right?
That was republished in March, that's correct, 2020.
March, yes, that's right.
Yep.
And now this is the policy that
So it's been a long discussion. I'm sure they would have had this, similar discussions before publishing it with, the rest of the industry and other risk managers.
But from the date of publication to now is what, about 5 or 6 months?
Something like that.
Yes. And how long ago was Black Saturday?
2009.
Thank you for attending to my questions, Mr. Fitzpatrick. Nothing further from me, and I apologise once again for confusing your name.
That's okay. Thank you.
Just off the top of your head, if a SF, a sensitive earth fault is a 6-second fault curve, what would a phase-to-phase fault curve be?
They will normally operate much faster, Your Honour, like within a second or two, because the protection system can be much more certain of a fault event when the currents are high. And phase-to-phase faults and solid phase-to-earth faults, the currents tend to be quite high to make the relays act very fast.
Compared to 6 amp, what would it be?
Oh, you're talking thousands, potentially thousands of amps. In the case of earth faults, hundreds of amps.
Thank you. Mr. Chen.
So it was suggested to you just a few minutes ago that the recloser in question here was located on pole F. Recall that being?
Yes.
And I think you said you did not know that to be correct.
That's correct.
You've shown the location of the recloser graphically in your second statement at page 2082.
That's fused. It's a high voltage.
We're into volume 6.
Yes, Your Honour, it's tab 70. In fact, sir, if we go back one page to page 2081, in paragraph 8, you see you explain that recloser R11972 was located at 208 Reedy Swamp Road, also referred to as Daisy Bank Reedy Swamp Road.
Yes.
And then you depict in the graphic on the next page the location of the recloser?
Yes,
And you see where it sits relative to what you've identified as the suspected fault location, which is the easement?
yes,
If pole F sits in the easement, the recloser's not located on pole F, is it?
no, it's a fair way from pole F.
Yes. Your Honour, I think that is all I have, and but could I ask for this indulgence? May we have the weekend to look at the transcript of Mr Fitzpatrick's evidence? I suspect I'll have no other questions if it's necessary, unless Mr Castleman has any re-examination. I would
At
only...
this stage, other than you can just ask Mr Fitzpatrick just to clarify that which is the high voltage fuse, which is the next one below the recloser. So 15-513943. Mr Fitzpatrick,
Okay,
that's
yes,
a
I can,
high voltage fuse.
that's correct.
And the F indicates fuse in that
Yes.
numbering protocol. Yes.
Yeah, and the numbers are its unique label, but yes, that's a high voltage fuse.
Yes, so might I renew that request, Your Honour? I suspect I won't be troubling Mr Fitzpatrick, Your Honour. But...
Mr Fitzpatrick, Mr Cheney, solicitor, will let you know if he's got any further questions for you, but I don't think we do.
No, not at this stage, and if we could be notified as well as to whether or not
So, look, our timetable, we probably won't see you, I wouldn't think, but Mr Cheney, if he does need to ask you some questions, you'll be asked to appear briefly on Monday. But it won't be at 10 o'clock because I've promised another witness that will interpose because she's got deliveries to do down at Bega. All right, so have a good weekend, and you may or may not reappear on Monday. We'll
Thank you, Your Honour.
keep in
Thank you.
contact. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Your Honour, yes, subject to Mr Fitzpatrick, 10 o'clock, Cassandra Dixon, Dickson, followed by Brent Kersick, Mark Bennett, and hopefully Mr Fitzgerald, if we can get to him.
He'll be called Mr Fitzpatrick. All right. Anything arising from Court 2?
Your Honour, it's Mr Baroni. Can I just inform the court that Mr Widjaja will be appearing in my behalf for the first half of next week, if it please?
Thanks, Mr Baroni. No problem. All right. Can I wish you all a good weekend and see you at 10 o'clock on Monday. Thank you.
Please, the court.